Hey, welcome everyone to the ArchiCAD User Monthly webinar. Today is Thursday, April 22nd, 2021, Earth Day. And today is a user coaching clinic. So I will be taking questions and answering questions and looking at projects with you. So instead of having a special guest showing their work, we'll be looking at your work and your questions. Let me know that you can hear me and see the screen, and we shall get going. All right, now I see about 60 odd people. I want to welcome you all. Let's see, I want to look at the questions. So you can use the GoToWebinar chat function, and those of you who are in my ArchiCAD training courses or coaching program, you can use Slack. So either one will work. So welcome to Tom from Vancouver. Happy Earth Day. Mark Hess. Mark, it's been a while. Scott Newland, Rich Matthews down from Australia. It's very early down there. I think it would be 6 a.m. Joel Carico, it's been a while. Hey, Tom Markunis. So Tom, you said, will you cover PAL-RAM at any point? Are you talking about PARAM-O? That's the closest thing that I can think of to PAL-RAM. Okay, Tom says yes. I can talk a little bit about it. I did play with it a bit, and so I'm familiar with the basic functionality. So anyway, I'll talk about that. So Ian from Scotland, Dwight from Paris, Ontario, and Doug Muir from Brooklyn. Okay, so we're all the way from Scotland down to Australia with US and Canada. And I see Conrado, James Powers, Stan, and Antonio. So Antonio, are you from Spain? Am I remembering correctly? Antonio Tort. And Liana from Alberta. Okay, yep. From Spain. All right. So we are, people are filing into the room. It's now 80 people. So we shall get going. So I have a bunch of questions that were sent in ahead of time. I have a summary here for this. Let me just make this a little bigger. Not that we're going to spend a lot of time looking at my notes here, but this will make it a little bit easier when I do pull it up to see. So what I like doing with these questions is to work with whoever asks them. So I'm going to first of all see if, say, for example, Eric Milberger is in the room, so to speak, and has a microphone, and we'll go on through there. I may jump around a little bit, particularly if someone is not on the call at the time that I reach their name. Feel free to add new questions. Just type them into either the Slack workspace channel or to the GoToWebinar, and I'll try to weave them into the presentation. Follow-up questions, of course, or clarification questions are very helpful just to make sure that you understand and can benefit from all of this. All right, so let's just see, is Eric Milberger in the room here? No, he's not. Okay, so that's wait for him. Randy Reuter. Yes, you are, Randy. Let's open up your line. So Randy, your line is open. So please click on the microphone icon on in the GoToWebinar control panel, and then that'll activate your microphone if you have one. Hopefully you do. And let me go and open up, in addition to just a blank project, I'll open up my sample project from Master Template, which proves to be a very useful way to demonstrate things. So launch this here. So Randy Reuter, are you here? At least type into the chat area to let me know, because it looks like you are, although it's possible, of course, Randy signed in and stepped away. Next one, if Randy doesn't respond, I'll look at Josh Varan. So let's see if Josh is on. I don't see Josh Varan on. Okay, Philip Howell. Don't see Philip. So these people all sent in questions, and Randy's on the line, but he's not responding yet. And Glenn Johansson from, I think, Norway, somewhere like that. Don't see you there. Wow. So we have 84 people on, but I'm striking out except for one, Nestor. And Nestor. Okay, don't see you. And Steve Pribble. All right, Steve Pribble, you are on. Okay, so that I'll keep you in mind. Let's just go back. That's a complicated question, Steve, so I'm going to wait on that one if you don't mind. All right, so I do see some couple of questions typed in. Glenn Berger says, what is the method to have the title of the drawing and the layout always line up with the drawing? Okay, we can take a look at that. Okay, let's see, Kevin from Hong Kong has arrived, so welcome. So we're now covering part of Asia and Australia, and of course, North America and Europe. I wonder if we have anyone from South America or Africa on today's call. Let me know. All right, and I'm gonna do one more quick check to see, Randy Reuter, if you are able to get your microphone going and or type into the chat. So Joel Mears from the Caribbean. Okay, well
I'm here. This is Randy.
All right, Randy. Okay, so let us see your question. Graphic overrides for showing composite fills with an empty or solid fill. So let me, all right, so you wanted to see how walls that are drawn with composites can be shown with a solid fill, either empty or solid, and possibly with relationship to the renovation filter or just graphic overrides. So have you been, how long have you been using ArchiCAD?
About 22 years.
Okay, all right. So
you
you're a veteran.
with version 3.14.
3.14. I started with 3.42 in 1989. So if you actually go back to 3.14, then you would have been probably 87 or 88. So you're 30 years plus.
It's been a while.
Yeah. All right. So, but things change, and that's why, you know, sometimes it's like, hey, I know you now can do something that, or we used to do it one way, and now how do you do it? All right. So let's take a look at this sample project. We have some composite walls here, and it used to be that the model view options here would give you some controls over how walls were drawn. Model view options shifted, became more specialized or focused on how model elements are drawn in certain ways. Do you have a marker or not? Do you have more detail or not? But the particular question you bring up is now in the graphic overrides. So in graphic override combinations, we have the ability, and right now I'm in master template, so these are some maybe different than what you see, all of you who do not have master template. But the basic concept is that you can pick at any given time manually or as part of the view settings to activate certain changes in the way graphics are displayed. So for example, if we look at presentation solid, which is actually one of the standard Graphisoft US ones, I know that because it's upper and lowercase, whereas all the ones that I put in master template are all uppercase. Not that one's better than the other, but it does make it a little easier to tell which are which. Now this presentation solid option activates two rules, and you know the one that's, notice the one that says cut fills solid black. Now if I click on this button here, it will open up a rule. So this is a combination of two rules. One of them is cut fill solid black, and it says, hey, when the element is all types, any type, and you have a fill, make the fill a particular type, in this case, a solid fill with a foreground pen of black in this case. So this is going to make it solid black. And of course, that's what the name says. Now, the name is just a visual indicator so that when I look at it, I can tell, but this is what does the work. Now, I'm not going to make any changes. I'm simply going to say OK, and that will activate this particular graphic override. And when I do that, you'll see these walls change. Okay. Now, let's look at another one. For example, there is one in master template that would be, let's see, presentation simplified drawing. Okay, so that is white or empty. Now let's look at the graphic overrides there. There are three things here. The one that is of particular interest are the cut fills, because that's where we see the walls. We're cutting through them either symbolically or actually at a certain height, a cut plane. And this rule is very similar. It says it has a name. It says it works for any element that is showing a cut fill, which means it will also affect sections if you activate this. And it says make the fill type empty. And an empty fill will say don't draw any lines, but you could have an empty fill with a background color. And in this case, it's saying let's make the background color 91, which is white in the US standard pen set. So obviously that's what gives us the effect here of white. Now, if I go back to no overrides, then we basically are turning those off. And now we're seeing the actual fills there. Now, this is associated with the views in the view map. So when I double click here, we're in the first floor construction document plan. Whereas if I go to reflected ceiling for a similar view, you'll see that doors and windows will change. And we are seeing in the reflected ceiling one, it looks like we're seeing the cladding there, the line work. Although it's a little hard to tell, this might be just the grid lines that we're seeing there. But I think that's a slightly different graphic override. But if I go on to something, like room finish plans, we'll see yet another variation in terms of gray. So each one of these views has a setting that includes which one of the graphic overrides we're activating. We had looked earlier at presentation solid and another one at the presentation simplified drawing, and we're now right now we're in a different one for conduct key plans. So this is giving us the gray fill. So does that make it clear for you?
That's a little better. I'm having a little trouble trying to figure out how to set up a graphic override for something that isn't already in the template.
Okay, so what you do is you go open it up. Graphic overrides can be clicked here, or they can be done under the document, graphic overrides, graphic override combinations. Either one will bring up this dialog box. Now, if we wanted to start from scratch, I could say, give me a new combination here, and we'll just call it Randy's combo, just in your honor. All right. It has no rules. Now I can add rules here. So we do have ones that are already work. So I'm going to go here and say that I want to get the, let's see, white. Let's see, no, white model cut. Let's see, which actually was cut fills empty white opaque. So this is just basically saying I have a new combination. I'm picking one of the rules that already exists, and I'll say OK, and you see it instantly works. And if I have a view setting here, or I mean a view, I can go and say I'd like to use that particular one, Randy's combo here. So that's how we would activate it if you already have the rule in place. Now the rule that I just grabbed, let's just see how you make that happen if we needed to create one from scratch. So I would go to Edit Rules, And in edit rules, we can look at these, we can click on them and see what they're doing. And you know, it'll certainly be interesting to look and say, well, what is this rule doing here? But if you wanted to create a new one, you can create a new one at any time and either duplicate one and modify it, or just create this, and I'll just say it's Randy's rule, okay, here. So Randy, do you want it to affect all elements, or maybe you only want it to affect walls, okay? And then maybe you want to just change the fill to something like a 50% fill, like a poche or something like that. Now 50%, you would say that the foreground color, if you don't want it to vary different colors, we could say, hey, let's make this a gray or something like that here, and make the background pen, let's just make it empty like this, so we see through it a little bit. So this is basically going to make all the walls have a certain intensity of a fill, but no lines, no skin separators here. So I'll say, okay. So that now is a rule that I can add to any combination. So here we have Randy's rule. And let's get rid of the other one by removing it. So I've created a brand new rule. I've created a brand new combination, and I'm going to activate it. And now you can see we've got the 25, the 50% with a gray. So that help you?
Yes, I'll have to play with it to really get used to how to do that. But I'm working with several different people who are remotely, and these projects have already been started and they are not using them. So sometimes I need to set these rules up for that project, and there's nothing there to start with. So
okay, so what you'll do is you'll want to go into the graphic override combinations, and well, first of all, look to see if there's anything that's in there. You may find, oh, I never looked at this. Oh, that does something good. And then go into the rules, edit rules, and you can look at what they are, and you can flip through them pretty quickly, certainly to see what they're doing. Maybe there's something there that's already set up that is or isn't being used. And then if you have to, you just create a new rule and say, is it applying to just walls or to all elements, etc. And you can have other criteria like only walls on a certain layer. There's you can be somewhat more specific with that. And then decide what are the graphic changes you want, and add that into a combination. And then that combination you would typically put into a view, so that every time you double click on that view, it is activated.
Okay.
All right, good. Well, I'm glad we were able to get you online so we could have a little discussion as well as a demonstration. So let's see, looking at some other comments here. So Steve Fribble says, you're a winner because you're using it longer than him. So Steve is one of my longtime clients. I know him from when I was a reseller of ArchiCAD in Los Angeles. He says, you're using it longer than he is, but he's still confused. So, sometimes when you're a veteran and you're, you're just trying to get the work done and the design done and work with the clients, you don't have time to keep up with the changes in ArchiCAD, and whether that means you aren't taking advantage of new features or some old features now, you have to use a different dialog box or a different thing to accomplish them, then yeah, that's partly why I get, what?
Started working with several people that I haven't worked with before. So I've been working with a lot of different office standards and things, and it's really pushing me to learn a lot of new things that I didn't know before. And it's amazing how much you do learn, even though you've used it for so long.
I'm always learning when I teach. So, all right, we'll move on if that's okay, Randy?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. So I do see Gunn is here. Okay, so I know you sent in a question and you mentioned that you have a baby that sometimes you may have to run off to attend to, so you may be in and out of the watching. All right, Jay Garbarino, nice to see you here. Any recommendation with regard to which graphic overrides we should not be living without? In other words, which ones are essential? Well, certainly what we just looked at, I would say, is very important to know how to do, because there are times when you want to just have a simplified drawing, whether it's when you're in initial meetings with clients and you don't want them to see too much detail, or just in general, they're not going to appreciate all that extra detail. So that's certainly one. If we look at the combinations here, you'll want to have certainly one for your full construction documents, which in this case, the only rule in the graphic override is to turn off the zone fills, meaning when you see zones with room names, turning off the colors of those zones so that you can selectively turn that back on for maybe a finish plan and things. So we want to have at least one graphic override for that. Of course, we'll want to have other ones for reflected ceiling plans, which are a combination. When you do a reflected ceiling plan, you're going to have a combination of a simplified wall using the graphic overrides and simplified doors and window, or just door and window openings, and that's done with the model view options in conjunction with that. I think site plan, certainly, very important to have something for that is distinct, but you can certainly have a site plan in terms of a graphic override that just simply makes the walls very plain, because you don't need to see the detail when everything's at a smaller scale. There are a lot of useful ones for making presentations. So for example, background drawing. What is background drawing? That one, actually, if we put this into, okay, the background drawing here, thought actually that one would be simplified drawing. Interesting. So this background drawing right now, I would have expected would simplify this there, but I think what I've got in this particular one is a pen set for backgrounds, which allows a drawing that you place on a sheet to be placed with certain elements that fade in to the background. Anyway, I'm not really quite sure what else to say that you absolutely shouldn't miss out on, but certainly a combination of graphic overrides and model view options give you the flexibility to create drawings of all different types. So Rich Matthews, almost too many new features slows me down. Well, yeah, certainly you have to pick and choose what you're going to learn. And for example, Param-O, which is a cool new technology that Graphisoft just introduced and someone asked me about, I would say is something that I wouldn't say it's not ready for prime time. I would just say it's only useful for certain types of things. And I haven't quite gotten my head around how to describe that, but I know as a programmer, I could use it, but I can't really think of when I would use it exactly. So, there are features there that just for many of us are going to be just not a good payoff in terms of learning them. But there are others that just make life so much easier. All right, so Doug Muir says simplified override for existing conditions. Okay, so that is an interesting thing. So let me just put this back to our sort of standard first floor plan. Now, yeah, I mean, we just look a little bit, and in fact, I have a question from someone else about different views, and I'm going to show model view options in a different context in a minute. But here, if I look at, say, our renovation, where is it? Renovation here, and we look at existing plans. So if I look at existing first floor, okay, so right now that drawing, you saw just a slight change between the existing first floor and the new first floor. And you can see obviously this little sample project just has a new extension here, and there's a wall that's taken out from the existing here. Now, if we look at new and demo plans, this is an example where it's a first floor new and demo, and we've got some overrides that are built into the renovation filters, and it is showing this is being removed, that wall, part of the wall is being removed. This is being highlighted with a color to say this is all new. You know, whether these colors are what you want or not, you know, you can tweak them, but they basically will clearly illustrate that. Of course, when we get to demolition plans, then we have other types of effects there. Now, if I manually change my renovation filter, there's an interesting one here, new construction override existing. So this is a combination I'll show you in a minute in terms of the demo, how it's accomplished. It's basically making the existing elements, and I'll just zoom in on it, have just dashed lines with a white fill, whereas the new elements are shown in more detail. And so this is a way of highlighting, hey, this is what's new, but we'll have some context. Now, how is that done? It's using the renovation filter, because that's all I did. I just changed the renovation filter here. Let me go open up the renovation filter options and say, what did it do? We're overriding the existing elements, and we're showing the new ones. So the new ones here are just normal. They're not shown in a color coded. And of course, we're hiding the things that have been removed. But this override for the existing elements is set up here in our graphic override rules. And it's a special area for these three categories, saying if the renovation filter is used to override existing elements, how do you want them drawn? And in this case, making them with a dashed line. You can see this dashed line here, changing the fill to just a background, so simple fill, and that's and making the line here sort of a gray rather than a hard black. So that's another type of override. It fits into this whole system, but these are special that are called upon when you do an override in the renovation filters. So that's a good point there from Doug Muir. Tom Palmer says, we often want to strip out fills when creating DWGs for consultants, masking fills for toilets, etc. Yeah, so definitely simplifying fills is important for graphic clarity or simplicity. And when you send certain drawings out, you want to focus just on the things that your consultants need or your clients need or the building department needs, etc. Now, when you're dealing with consultants like structural, then we have this other area that is important at least to know about and, you know, to take advantage of when it's appropriate. So for example, let's go back to our first floor plan here, and I'll just zoom in on it. Now I can manually switch from showing the entire model to showing just the core, like this. So here we have insulated framing, and we've taken off the cladding there. So this is in what's called the partial structure display. So when you're sending a structural drawing out, that would be part of what you want to do, core only or core only of the load-bearing surfaces, meaning that interior partitions will even be just disappear because they're not, if they're not load-bearing there. Now, separate from that, we would probably want to have something like a simplified drawing here, or possibly a ceiling plan where, let's see, and ceiling plan here, so that we've got the openings just shown, but not actually all the details. So now we're saying just show the thickness of the walls, the framing, and these simplified versions here. So if I go to a structural plans for DWG, and this is just set up in master template here, I've got something probably pretty similar, structural plans DWG export. And yeah, it's using a simplified version of the doors and windows. It's actually coloring this here, it's showing in this case the roof up above for structural, relationship, etc. So okay. So I see other comments. So acknowledge can increase overall efficiency. Mark Hessa, Paramo might be useful for equipment objects with lots of different sizes and settings. It is possible that Paramo could be used there, although I haven't quite gotten my head around how much you can change those settings within that authoring environment. I think I'm going to have to just experiment a bit more and look at some more videos that are made about it. Okay, Tom Palmer, although these are invisible in ArchiCAD, they show up as solid fills in the resultant DWG files. Okay, so there are some options in your DWG export where you can choose how fills are exported, and there may be some options there that will remove those fills if you find that they're getting in the way, if they're complaining that this is actually not helpful. So again, all of these settings interact to get the result you need. And if I have a specific client or question, I can help. But in general, I'm not going to go any further in this area. Let's look at a question then that was sent in here. Let's see. So, okay, Josh Farad, is Josh on the call? No, he's not yet. All right, so that one's too bad. Let's see. Eric Milberger, have you shown up? No? All right, Philip Howell. So Philip, okay, no, I don't see Philip there. Gun, I know you're here. Now that your questions are very deep. Nestor, so Nestor, you are on. So Nestor, let's just see. I think this is something that we can talk about for 10 minutes and give you some ideas. And then, yeah, I hope Josh comes on because this question is going to be best resolved with him in interaction. All right, so let's see, Nestor. Let me open up your line here. So Nestor, can you click on your microphone and see if we can hear you? Nestor. So let me, there you go. Hey.
I'm here.
Yeah, so where are you calling in from, Nestor?
I'm calling from Levitz Associates from Berkeley, but right now I work at home since March of last year. And we just shifted from Chief Architect to ArchiCAD. We've been using Chief Architects for so many years. And I'm still new to ArchiCAD a little bit.
Okay, so let's see your question here. So your firm is based in Berkeley?
Yeah, Berkeley.
Okay, all right, very close to me. And all right, how to cache shadows under kitchen wall cabinets during the, so let's just take a look at this. So if I look at our interior elevations here, and we'll look at one of the kitchen ones. We don't see any shadows there. Let's see, I think I may have an example with shadows. Let's see. No, I don't currently here. Okay. So when we have an interior elevation, so are you talking about interior elevations? Are you talking about perspectives, walkthroughs? What are you talking about? Yeah,
interior perspectives.
Okay, because, so not specifically interior elevations.
No elevations, just the perspectives.
Okay, all right. So let's take a view, and I'll take one of the saved views that I've got here in this project. So interior view. Okay, so what you'll notice in this interior view, first of all, it's very bright. And secondly, there are no shadows. Now, there are a couple of reasons that I've chosen that as an option. It is very quick to move through this. Here, let me just go and we'll just face this and move into the kitchen. It's a very tiny little project, but hopefully we can get at least some sense of what an interior would look like here. All right, so first of all, how did I get this effect, and then what other options can you do for shadows and things like that? So if I go to my view menu and I go to 3D view options and 3D projection settings, that's going to allow me to potentially say where am I standing and actually adjust the light position here. So you see this little sun. So if I rotate this around here, we may see some slight difference, just a slight difference. You know, you can see how the light has shifted. Now, the other thing that I didn't highlight here under 3D projection settings is that there's a button that says, how is the sunlight, you know, how much light is there, particularly in relationship to sunlight? And you'll notice that I've got this set to the maximum, 100% for each of them. And the reason is I don't want to have certain surfaces be dark. At least I just like it brighter. Yeah, I find, you know, at least when you're looking around, it's easier to see things and things don't look dull. But a common setting would be more, a little bit lower sunlight with some ambient here. So you can see the preview is changing. Now this will have much more directionality because the sun will not be filling in the ambient as much. So let's say, okay, you see, wow, look at that, you know, pretty awful looking, right? So let me go back and do something in between just so we can see just to go into sunlight. Let's take the ambient up quite a bit, take the sun up, but still have some drop off and not quite as much ambient. So you can see it's now somewhat better. And it's interesting, you can make the change here and see it before you say, okay, let's just move the sun around here and say, okay. And you can see how that shifted. Now, none of these have shadows there. Now, if I turn on shadows in our 3D view options, it's not the 3D projection settings, but it's 3D styles. And I can use ones with, what do you call it, that are presets, or I can go into 3D styles and just manually turn things on and off. Let's look at shading with shadows here. Okay, well, you notice that everything's in shadow. Why? Because if I go to the sunlight, I wasn't paying much attention to which side the sun was coming from, but let's take this up here. See now, you know, just a little bit coming through the window, right? So in the 3D view that you can navigate around in, you can have shadows, but boy, they get in the way of most views. You know, exterior views, that's different. You know, if I zoom out and go here, you can see this can be interesting to see the shadow of this, and of course, changing the density of the light can reduce that. So even with this one, if we go to our 3D projection settings, sunlight, and say that we're going to take the ambient up here, take this a little bit higher, and you know it's still sort of stark, but you know it can be useful for exterior views. Now you want something softer, you want something more realistic, then you need to use the rendering options. So rendering means that you're going to be in a position, you're going to say, give me a rendering, and you'll wait a few seconds or longer to get a view. So let's go back, see if I can go back to previous views. So I'm using this previous view button, and you can see it jump me back, you know, there. So let's say, what if I were to render this? Now, if we rendered it with shadows and no interior lights, it would not look much different. But when we do have renderings, or let's say when we use the rendering option, we can have interior lights, and then you can fill a space potentially with light. So let's go to the floor plan here. So first floor, we'll go to the electrical plan here. That may show some lighting. You can see we have a few lamps. I'll just double check that this lamp is set up. It has an intensity. It is turned on. I think that basically if that intensity is on, then it's active. I don't use lamps a whole lot. Main intensity, yeah, and shadow casting is turned on. So what that means is that we have right now 4 of these lights up in the ceiling, and they will fill the space if we turn on rendering, and they can cast shadows, which means, so we'll see the face of the cabinet bright and underside dark. Now let's just go to that 3D view that I had. Okay, and now I'm going to ask for it to render. So if I go to the document menu, creative imaging, photo render projection, it's going to use whatever were the latest photo rendering settings. So before I tell it to render, I'm going to go and check the settings. So the photo rendering settings says general purpose outdoor. Let's switch this to something like general purpose balance, probably is at least a reasonable starting point. I can click on this preview and it'll start to do an approximation of the current thing. You can see how it's preparing this. And that way, at least we can see, all right, here's a preview, and it's probably going to be more subtle than this, but we can see bright lights where the lights from the ceiling, they're cones, so they're not covering the whole thing, and you can see some different shadows. So let's just go ahead and say, render that. Now it also has a, let's see, there's a physical sky. Where is the size of this background? I don't use this very often. Oh, here, the size. So this is 800 by 600, so it'll be a modest size. It should render pretty quickly. We'll just say photo render this, and you can see this is the area it's going to render, and it will, take a little time. So when you do this, of course, you'll get more comfortable with the settings, and you'll figure out what needs to happen. Here it is. Well, that preview is sort of matching the harsh effect that we're seeing. It may soften a little bit, but probably what we have to do is have a lower intensity for the lamps, because right now they're at 100. They're just, and we also need to have some fall off.
Now I see Ken under the wall.
So I'm just going to take these 4 lamps and just go in and say, well, what if we were to make their settings not 100%, let's make it 80%, so not quite as bright. And then we're going to have something, I think, oh, by the way, this is on and that's off. Okay, that's I forgot that was where. But the structural dimensions, inner angle and outer angle. So this is how much fall off. So basically it falls off very quickly. Let's take the outer angle to much bigger, so it'll somehow bleed out a distance. So I'll just say, okay. Now, if we go and back to our 3D view, where is it? Here's our perspective, and render one more time. So just say render this. Having made that change, we'll see some change there. So this is tedious and time consuming, although as you get more skillful at it, you'll get better results. You can see that it has improved somewhat. It's not quite as extreme as it was. It's still pretty extreme, but it's also a softer fall off there. So I would take the lamps down, further, or I would change the exposure settings in the rendering. And in fact, so the softness is improved. It's not like a hard edge, but it is too bright. Now, I don't know if we go in here. So custom low quality shadows. So this is saying that it's calculating these shadows without a whole lot of calculation time. And the lights here, 80%. So I think if we take this down, actually take that down, that's the sun. Take this down a little bit. Maybe that's going to do it. We'll do one more try here. And of course, you can do the preview here and it might be a little faster. But ultimately, that's what you're going to have to do if you really want something more interactive and being able to get high quality results without as much trial and error and things. Taking it into twin motion can be very effective. If you have a current version of ArchiCAD and you're on subscription, you can get a free license for twin motion, and the export is pretty quick. The ability to adjust lighting on the fly is, very fast, and you can definitely get more realistic images. But even so, here you can see, while this doesn't look great, if we compare it back to the previous one and the one before that, we can see that I've already made, noticeable improvement. And, take another 10 minutes and we probably get something, at least a little bit closer to what you could show a client. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I could remember all those steps that you did.
Okay. Well, let's just take it from a high level. In order to show shadows inside ArchiCAD, you need to place interior lights. Well, I mean, if you're doing an interior scene, you need to have interior lights, and you need to use the rendering option, CineRender, as opposed to just the 3D window. And those interior lights have some settings for intensity and for fall off, which means it's brightest within a certain cone and it gets gradually loses its intensity going out, and playing around with that will get a more natural feel. And then you also have settings within the photo rendering settings that you can choose to adjust lighting. So those are the main things to think about. And generally doing it in a small window like this is quicker. Once you have something you say, yeah, it's looking pretty good, then you can change the dimensions of this and say, I want to make it bigger, and you'll have a higher resolution output. So, what I just played around with here, like changing the balance of sunlight and lighting, etc., are saved in a scene. Right now, the scene says custom because remember I did like balanced something or another. I can go in here and say I'd like to store scene as, and then I can save that setting. So once we have that set once, we can use it again and again, and that'll at least make it more efficient for getting these images out.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah, do you use sometimes window light to brighten the room? Window light.
You can. I haven't done it for a very long time. I remember using them with Lightworks, which was the rendering tool that came before CineRender, but I haven't really looked at the light, the window lights. So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about there is an object or a lamp in that you can place that is intended to mimic how diffuse light comes in through a window. So if you think about, there's direct light that comes when the sun is at the right angle, but there's other just general light that comes from windows even facing north. And so to simulate that with some directionality and something that makes it look like it's brighter near the window, you can place an object in front of the window that actually has a glow or casts a glow around. And so, yeah, you can do that to just make the scene feel more natural. Again, you're helping the program to analyze the lighting and boosting it in a way will appear natural, but you're giving it this artificial boost. Now, CineRender does have luminosity or global illumination as part of it, so it is doing some of that anyway, taking light coming from the outside into the space. So it may be less necessary than, let's say, Lightworks, which did not have that. All right, so I see Francois from South Africa. So we do have someone from South Africa, all right. Looks like you take questions. I'm having trouble getting graphic overrides to change the cover fills on my zones. Interesting. Okay, well, maybe we'll come back to that, Francois. I know it's late for you, but I am planning on getting back to graphic overrides if, who was it? Someone who had a graphic override question, and that was Josh Varan. Has Josh shown up? Still not there. Oh, hope he comes. Anyway, so I'll see if I can fit that in, Francois. All right, so Tom Palmer, is there a setting that forces the light sort of to always follow the viewpoint? No, not that I know of. When you're, moving around, with the client or just in design, the sun is in a certain place and you can, of course, move it. What I recommend is that you save a few views, like, for example, if I go to AXO overall here, and we'll close this up here. All right, so this is looking at the building from a certain angle. The light is coming from this side of the building. When I go to AXO rear with sun, the sun has moved. Now I'll prove that by going to the AXO overall, and now I'll rotate around. And you'll see that this is all dull because the sun is on the other side. But I saved a view similar to this with the sun on this side. And we go to that 3D view options, 3D projection setting. You can see the sun is on this side of the building, whereas if I'm in the other one and we look at the 3D projection settings, the sun is on that side. So basically each view saves not only where are you looking, but it can also save some conditions for the sun, whether it's true heliodon like 3 p.m. on March 21st, or it's just the side I'm looking. So by having some saved views from different angles, you can then, of course, now I can, go in and move around and look at this and know that the lighting is going to be good for this general angle. So, okay, so Tom Palmer, if you want to lighten up the soffits, etc., you can set the sun to a minus altitude to get uplighting. Okay, interesting. So that I haven't tried that. Okay, and all right. Okay, so Francois just gave me some more clarification on the graphic override question. Okay, we'll tell you what, I'm going to do this as a favor for you, Francois. Francois was a guest on ArchiCAD User a few months ago, so I want to thank you again for an interesting presentation that you gave. So let me open up your line and we'll just take your question and we'll see what we have here. And Nestor, I want to thank you for sending in your question because it's taken us, a long and interesting journey there.
You're welcome. Likewise.
So Francois, your line is open.
Hello, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm actually trading time waiting for the Nathan Hildebrandt event coming up in 1 a.m. for me this morning.
Are you presenting as part of that?
No.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know, coming up, I don't know, in just a few hours, a couple hours, I don't know, there's something called Arc Intensive. that my colleague Nathan Hildebrandt from Australia is producing. And so I think it's 24 hours of experts presenting case studies or things about how to use ArchiCAD, and it's free. So yeah, I don't quite remember the connection thing, but if you just did a search for ARCH intensive or Arch intensive, then you probably find it. When I heard about it, I immediately sent him a line saying, "Hey, are you looking for presenters? You know, I'd be happy to present." And he wrote back, "No, we've got everything all filled up." So I was a little disappointed, but he's down in Australia, and I imagine that a lot of the people were people that he works with, so that's natural, or that Graphisoft head office recommended. Okay, so let's see, your question here. Let me go to so on our first floor plan, we do not see zones. In this particular project, when I go to space planning zones, we can see that the zones are coming up. And so for those of you who are less familiar with the tech stuff here, the zone has a stamp, which will give usually some text information, like the name of the zone, possibly some, just get it back, possibly some information about the finish, the finish codes, like, the flooring is type A, etc., as well as potentially area or other reports of data. Now, the zone, in addition, has a boundary, and you can see these magenta dots here, and that's the boundary of this particular room or zone, and it has a color. So the color or the line work in this case, so we can see a little stipple pattern. These ones are boards. This one looks like tile here. Those are set in the zones. Now, if I want to hide the zone graphic, then if we look here in graphic overrides, there is, where do we have detail, the show zones. Well, if I go to our condoc one here, you can see this is immediately, we're still seeing the zone stamp, but we're not seeing the zone fill. And you said your question was, I'm having trouble to get graphic overrides to change the cover fills on my zones. So is this the sort of thing that you're trying to do, is to make them disappear, or are you trying to make them different?
I want to colorize them for different purposes of communicating phases in a massing exercise.
Okay.
For
all
example.
Right. So here is the rule that's currently active that's made this disappear. If I click on this and I edit it, it says, first of all, we're only looking for zones. And we're saying make the zones have a particular fill, in this case empty, so there's none of those lines or for boards or tile or stipple, and give a uniform background pen that is a color. And you notice that it's highlighting the cover fills, overriding the cover fills as opposed to cut or graphic. It probably, if these were all turned on, it wouldn't make a difference, but because it's only affecting zones. But this is the critical part here. Now, we could say, I'd like to say that new rule is zone blue here. And actually, I wanted to, okay, so we had the zone fills no background here. So we have these different ones, hide pattern. So we have different ones. Here's so if I just activate, well, in fact, you have to activate a combination with one or more of these changes. So what are you trying to do? You're trying to make some of them that are in a certain structural phase, like existing versus new, different colors, or what?
I want to, on my floor plans, just like on my 3D window, I got the surfaces overridden on those zones. It's a massing model, so I'm just using zones as my massing 3D geometry,
Mm-hmm.
and I colorize the surface overrides by graphic overrides for the 3D window, but I want to have the same color on my floor plan for those different zones to indicate the different phases of the development. But I have set those particular, I set the fill to be overridden, and I've set the background pen. I set the full background to just do the background full,
Okay.
similar to the
So,
empty.
you know what would help
fill.
if you sent me a file with this?
Yeah,
Are you able to do that?
yeah, I can do that.
Okay, because that would help. Otherwise, I'm trying to synthesize what your problem is as well as your solution, and it'll take time. But while you're doing that, and
Yeah.
I'll just leave you to go either grab a file or make a new file with just a few things in it that'll illustrate the question. I'm just going to show something that not a lot of people know you can do, and that is, let's take a 3D, we'll go to that axo view so that I had, so we'll take an axo view here. Now, right now we're seeing the structure of the building, we're seeing some landscape, etc. Here. I'm going to go and just for the moment, let's say, select the roof and hide the layer that those roofs are on, and also hide the layer that the ceilings are on, and then the upper roofs are on a slightly different layer. All right, so now what do I have? We can see that the building is shown with the interior walls as well as, of course, the exterior, but no roofs or ceilings. Now, there were zones that were placed, you saw them down on the floor plan for each of these rooms, but we're not seeing them. You can turn on zones at any point by going to the View menu, Elements in 3D View, Filter and Cut Elements in 3D, and there is a keyboard shortcut, Command-Option-A or Control-Alt-A, I think it is. And I can say I'd like to turn on zones and say OK. And we don't see anything because in addition to turning them on, I also need to turn on the layer for zones, which was in this particular layer combination turned off. So I'm just going to manually turn it on. And now you can see these volumes here. Now they're all, in this case, they're all, light blue, translucent blue, but you can have them with different colors depending upon their function. Now, in terms of a massing model, you can place zones to define room areas, do a bubble diagram, etc. And you can do it without actually showing all of the rest of the elements. So if I go to that same filter and cut elements here, and we say that I'd like to turn off all of these except for zones, and turn off walls here, say OK. Now you can see this is a massing of certain areas. By the way, this is a stairwell right here, so that's why the room is got that shape there. Now, if I take this area, this is a utility closet where there's a, I guess, furnace and things like that. If I go in here and I change this utility from conditioned space to unconditioned space here, we're not seeing a change necessarily there. We can also go and change the 3D model here from glass blue to something else, glass dark, let's say. So we can have different colors, and I'm using a glass just so you can see through it as opposed to being solid. But you can have different surfaces that are used. And in fact, I think, and this is a bathroom and this is a bathroom here, we could color code them in terms of their 3D. I think there's zones. There's a whole bunch of different zone ones in the standard thing. So if I change this, let's see, utility and miscellaneous or something like that, say okay, and you can see how they color code. So this is the sort of thing that you can place the zones independent of walls or as part of walls, and then visualize the building. So I know this is what Francois is talking about, is saying we want to be able to visualize some things in 3D and also show colors on the plan. Is that right, Francois?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so I've just played around with this just to say, you know, this let's put this back to our space planning zones here. Now, all of these colors, you notice that these are all pink. They're not not just these two. And the color of these, actually, let's see if we do select this one and that one. What do we have on the stamp custom settings? Here, finish frame. So where is the color of the cover thing? This is the line work that these had. There is a color here that's cover fill background pen. So let me just see this, and I select that. Okay, so it's got a color here based on the options, what is it, zone categories, that conditioned space has this particular category color. So in fact, the background color for anything that's called conditioned space is, you know, controlled by the zone category. And whereas this one, this particular zone, this one is unconditioned space. That's what I changed it to, remember. That's why it's a different color. So you want to be able to override those colors that are on the plan that are currently shown based on their category. Is that right?
Both the color and the cover fill, which is your tile and your planks and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's
so
currently shown on your view.
You want the graphic override to change that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sent the email with the file.
Okay. All right. So let us take a look here then. Okay. So okay, I don't see it there. So you sent it as an email.
Sent to support at
it should show up here. And there we go. Massing overrides. Okay, PLN. Download. What version of ArchiCAD are you in?
24.
Okay, so I'm going to open up 24 international version and open it up. Okay, so Tom Palmer has some comments here. The 3D color and material is set separately, so you have to match the 2D color and your model color. 2D representation, check background fill to override. Okay, so let's open up Tom's line so he can give us some guidance. He has some insights. So Tom, that's Tom Palmer. So Tom, your line is open now. So you have to just click.
Yeah, okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so if you select the fill and open the dialog box, under the settings tab, there should be a section that talks about the 2D representation.
Okay, so I'm going to get this open here, and then we can take a look in this context.
Okay.
So is that's in the zone dialog box?
Yeah, in the zone dialog box.
Okay, so I think what Francois is referring to is he wants to be able to override things on the fly with graphic overrides.
Oh, on the fly. Okay. Yeah.
Is that right, Francois?
Yes, I don't want to be constantly going to the actual zone settings to change things, to have different representations.
I see.
Okay, so we'll see. It's possible that they're, it's not available. So are the zones, here's the zone
If you
tool,
go to
the zones, there are
If you go-
no, okay, so we do have a few zones on here right now. Let me just turn off our grid display so that we aren't distracted by that. Okay.
and you can just go to the 3D window. You can just go to the 3D view, and in the view map, I saved, so that gives you an idea of what I want to see on the plan. And those are driven by particular overrides that you can see there, the 3D phase override profile.
All right, well, so here's 3D view 1 perspective, and here's 3D view 2 plan. So this is actually a 3D view, even though it's looking straight down. And you want to have it look somewhat like this on the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I go back then to plan here. So if we select this and say, what is it? It is in a zone category of offices, and we have plank floor. And right now the flooring is not shown. Why is that? Probably because your let's see, so 3D phases. So you have phases yellow. All right, you're experimenting with this. So let me just say, what happens if I turn no overrides right now here? So with no overrides, we're seeing the original colors of the zones, each one of these there. So you're saying that if you switch this to the 3D phases, right now it's just losing everything there, and you want to be able to color code it, right? So that's what you're doing here. So phase 1 yellow, you've got a rule here. Phase 1 yellow says if it's a zone and the phase general ratings.
It's a property.
Okay, so that's a property. Okay, then you say I want to do some things here, right? So one question is this actually matching your zone? I know you're intending to do that, but is it ignoring certain things here?
What if you check all the there's all the different kind of fills, like the cut fill, the regular fill? If those are all on, does that make a difference?
All right, so this is just saying, hey, let's just see if it is matching it, if it's actually doing it for all of these. We'll just say okay, okay, and we're not seeing a yellow change. Now
it's applying the full type override, but not the color.
Maybe it says background one. Should it be like 100% maybe?
Okay, so this is the yellow one that we're talking about here. Oops. Trying to get over. Oh, so it's this one. This is the large one. You were looking at it in the 3D view is sort of upside down, so to speak, relative to this view. Okay, so this is the one here. All right. So one question is, if I go into this and I say this phase 1 yellow is not making it yellow, but does it actually do something? Well, it made it a background. Let's turn off the fill type and say okay. And so here now we can see that the line work is yellow. So it is selectively affecting that, but it's not changing so I left the fill type alone and changed, essentially the foreground pen did work.
I think the fill type has to be like 100% or 50% or something.
So let's just try fill type foreground instead of background here and say okay, okay, there we go. And by the way, we are getting the wavy lines, so it is doing that. So now we may have resolved the issue. Is just let's go to the red, edit rules. We're going to say that the fill type is going to be foreground, and the green, edit rules, fill type is going to be foreground here. And now we have it.
Well, thank you very much, but that's
yeah. So I say no overrides. We're back to that, and now with this 3D phases 1, 2, 3. And your controls, by the way, for those of you who might have wondered, well, how are these different than each other? They are in the properties. That's classification. This is the properties, and there is a phase. So basically, by choosing that what phase this is, if I change it to phase 2, you can see how it changes color. And you probably don't have controls for phase, for the other phases put in yet, but there we go. All right, so that resolved the issue, is just using foreground fill instead of background fill. And what I'm going to point out is my troubleshooting methodology. So having context helps. That's why, you had something straightforward for me to test out. Secondly, I want to see what happens when something's turned on and off. Like, was it actually selecting that element and making a change of something, even though you didn't get what you wanted? So we found out, yes, actually it was changing certain things, just not other stuff. And then finally, of course, looking at, well, let's see what is the actual thing that's working versus not working. And it appears to be the foreground pen rather than the background. The background seemed like it was ignoring what you were choosing.
It's still odd, but and unexpected, but it works. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So thank you, Tom, for helping us, focus in on that. And I think we can move on if that's all right.
No problem.
100%. Thanks.
Okay, great. So I want to get back to things that were sent in. And so Josh Varan, has Josh by any chance shown up? No, that's too bad, because I did spend some time figuring things out. Well, we'll come back to him if he does show up. Philip Howell, did he come in? No. Okay, Eric Milberger. No. So, all right, Gun, let's look at your question, because that's I know it's late. So I'm going to open up your line, and getting some background noise from somewhere else. So Tom, I'm going to mute your line here. All right, so Gun, your line is open.
Hello, hi.
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 So you sent a rather challenging question. Let me just make it a little smaller so we can read more of it. So you're dealing with large projects, and you're dealing with terrain and having some issues with it slowing things down when you've got the terrain set up. And then you also had some questions about sketching buildings and working with CLT slabs and doing load-bearing structure, sort of presentation images that can teach, here's how this is actually built together. So, you know, a lot of different questions there. And you said that you sent a whole bunch of files, but they're huge and they're going to be a challenge to work with. You know, 400 megabytes, you know, typically. I mean, so, and it's gotten to be a mess. You have things that you want to get rid of. So a lot of different questions here. That's so if I were to open up one of these files, what right now, what would you think would be the most interesting? Number one here, Bortolid 6.
Yeah, that's the file with all buildings sketched and also terrain. So that's the original file. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I downloaded it ahead of time. Now, what version of ArchiCAD are you in?
24.
24. Okay. So got 24 here. So Francois' file. Francois, I don't think I need to save this. I think it was just a simple change that you can easily do. So let me go and say open here. And okay, so I have to unzip this one. So let me unzip the, come on now, got this here. All right, so I'll unzip that. Yeah, 1.5 gigabytes files that you sent me. All right, so
yeah.
When you mentioned, you know, your issue with terrain, not unusual because terrain certainly can be a difficult thing to incorporate in the detail that you know, for a project. So we're going to talk about some things that I would recommend you consider. So let's say open up this one here. I don't need to save Francois' file. So I have used Architera, the add-on you're talking about, in the past, but it's been a long time. And so I'm not really familiar with all of its options. In general, I stopped using it in part because the mesh tool became much easier to accomplish things in over the years, particularly with solid element operations and complex profiles, variety of things that basically make it easier to accomplish what you need without having to use an add-on. Now we're seeing this, you know, terrible appearance because of the surfaces that you're using. I don't have that library of things. It is sort of interesting that everything is like that. So one way to avoid this in terms of not being distracted by it is just to switch our view to a white model here. Okay, so now we can still see the basic geometry. All right, now as I look at this and I see your building situated, so your building's here, and this site is hugely detailed for very little benefit. Okay. In other words, you need to have detail here where you're building, and you need to have general things that say, hey, you know, it goes up and it's hilly over here and it's hilly over there, but you really don't need, like, I mean, if we look at this, you have all of these contours, and if I select this here, can I select it? You can see all of these dots there, huge amount of calculations that ArchiCAD is doing, not just for each point, but literally for every one of these points with every adjacent point. You know, so the polygon count for this is just enormous. So I would never trace a terrain model like this with the magic wand for the first, for one thing, because the magic wand will trace every single point whether it needs it or not. And secondly, I wouldn't trace every terrain one. I would trace every 3 or 4 or 5 or even 10 of these, because you'll still get something that'll look representative. It'll give you context, but it'll be a 10th or 100th as much in terms of polygons. So if this was this done with Architera?
Yes, so it's a SUSI import.
It's a what import?
Do you know that file? No, it's
Well, you had this SOSI.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
okay,
I don't know that acronym. So you received this file from a surveyor?
from yeah, like official from the commune or
Okay.
state.
Now, when you get it, is it something that you can see the contour lines?
You get all or nothing in a way.
Okay.
So, but you can choose like increments between points, between spots,
Okay.
and
Is it LiDAR based? Is it sort of based on just a whole lot of points?
yeah, I guess.
Okay, so laser imaging. Well, anyway, you've got way too much detail.
Yeah.
So I would experiment with reducing that level of detail to a bare minimum, and then possibly having more detail in the central area where your building is. Although it looked like your building footprint or the building site was pretty flat. I mean, I'm not seeing any contour lines here, with the exception. Well, that looks like it's actually hardscape or part of the design, but virtually no, no data there. So now, if I look at the floor plan here, or the plan, and zoom out. Okay, I'm not seeing this site in this view. I may be on another story. Do you have, what would be since I don't read your language, what would be the, where would I see the terrain mesh on a plan?
Maybe at the hub.
Which one?
It's the one hub under
Hub here? This one? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we're seeing that. So one thing you could do, if you wanted to say, use this as a basis for things, and I'll just demonstrate it very crudely. I'm going to take the mesh tool. So I'll take the mesh tool, and I'm not going to worry about heights of things right now because I don't want to get into too much detail. I just want to show principles. So if I take maybe this rotated one and say that it looks like it's fairly rectangular. I'll say it's going from here to there. All right, so this is now a mesh with 4 points. Now go in this area so we can see all of these points in here. So if I click on points, I'm going to be, actually, let's do it as a series. All right, so I'm creating a terrain piece that you can see is following the general shape of this, and I'll just stop it here. But how many points did I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, about 10. And how many were there originally? 20 or 25, or I don't know, something like that. And probably if I go further, the proportion is going to be, 1 out of 3 points or 1 out of 4 points as we go through this. But I wouldn't even take the next one, this one here. I might take this one, and you can see now it would be a little bit tedious to do this, and I'm sort of, clearly just sketching this, but you will, if we're talking about your site being over here, you'll still see that this is, going up higher, and you still see the general lay of it. So just, even if you can't re-import it, what I would do is create a new mesh using this data and just do 10 contour lines, and just start seeing how close it is visually to what you need. You may find, I don't have a sense of this particular site, but you may find that out of all of the contour lines, that if you had between the bottom and up to here, you had 10 contour lines instead of 50, it would be enough. And if each of those 10 contour lines had a quarter as many points, you get the idea that you're potentially taking down your polygon count, to 1% of what it was. And that'll make, the 3D manipulation much, much better. So that's the first thing, is just don't use a tool that tries to give you lots of detail when it's going to be counterproductive. Yeah, so if someone gave this to me as a consultant, I would take 2 hours and I'd rebuild that site, and you'd have something you go, oh, that looks pretty close. So let's look at your other questions here. Anyway, do you have any follow-up questions or comments on what I just said?
No, that's fine. I think that's
okay.
possible.
So you're not going to be able to simplify the terrain once imported or generated. But you can. I can use this, what is there, as a basis. If there was no other way to bring it in other than this, I would just use it as a 2D background. And of course, you're going to say this is a contour line. It's at 80 meters or 125 meters or whatever it is. All right. I don't know of other add-ons that do the job better. There is, ArchiCAD does have the ability to import XYZ files, so spreadsheet files. I don't know if that's available, but even then, it's tending to bring in all the data rather than just the essential data. All right. Yeah, to single out only a portion of the original file. Yeah, okay, so I see why you did that, but and you have it as a reference. You've done that, but I would just redo it. As I said, take a couple of hours to redo it. Okay, so you talk about sketching details with some detail, but you work with CLT slabs in the facade, just put in slabs and no windows. The gaps are supposed to be windows. So let's take a look at your model then, and so I can understand what's going on there. So what I'm going to do is go back to that 3D view, and I'll just turn off that layer. So I'm going to, I have got my quick layers palette. I'll say select this layer or this element and hide that layer. And now, of course, it's going to be much easier to review what you've got. Now, are we seeing enough detail here to, to talk about your question?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. All right. So,
yeah.
So if I select this, all right, it's all looks like it's hot linked in. Slab selection settings. Let me. Grouped. Okay, so let me just suspend groups here so I can select an element. All right, so we have a slab made with a simple structure here. You call it deck. And of course, we have a bunch of these here. Then you have some walls here that have a composite structure. So where are the windows supposed to be?
In between the walls.
So basically, this facade that I'm sort of highlighting the bottom of, these would be windows with punctuate, you know. Or,
no, that's balconies. So it's
okay.
the stuff behind there.
Okay, I'm gonna. All right, so those are balconies. So we have this wall, and so there's a window in between here. Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay. So why didn't you draw the wall across and put in a window or a door?
Because I was thinking that I was working with the CLT slabs that have a fixed geometry or fixed width on them, and
Okay, so they're going to be they're panels, they're units that get placed in at specific sizes.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then basically you're going to have this here, and then you're going to have something that'll be attached to that to hold your glazing or hold your all the openings.
Yeah, or I'll have to model a new wall all the way around and put windows in. But how to do this most?
So you're trying to use the unit size of each of of each of these. So this is something that you can basically purchase and have installed in place. Okay. So when you're doing modular construction, there are, I would say, two distinct ways to approach it. One is that you put in a piece for every piece of module, you know, like that's what you're doing here. And so you've got certain unit sizes and you repeat, you know, if it's 5 meters across or 3 meters across or whatever it is, and you just, you know, repeat multiple ones. The advantage there is that you get a count. You know, you can say how many of these do we need, and that is a really good advantage. One disadvantage is that you now have a whole lot of little pieces, and things like doors and windows have to be dealt with separately. I don't know the pros and cons in your case, but you definitely, in order to put in doors or windows, you need to either put in a wall that contains them, or in some cases where I've seen people just say, well, we're just going to have glass there, you know, and yeah, there'll be a frame around it, but we don't have to detail that in the model. You could use just a, what do you call it, a wall that is glass, you know, so it's going to be as thick as your tempered glass is, and you know, although it's using the wall tool, you can put it on a layer that's called, you know, glazing or something like that. So that's a way to simulate glass or windows without using the window tool. But most of the time you'd want to say, or more commonly, you would just put in a wall that this would be installed into. So I don't know your construction, you know, the CLT, how that's handled. And whether that's going to be modular sizes, you know, that they only have to be certain sizes, or they're just whatever you need to fit the geometry of the building. So those are some general comments. You know, let me see if anyone else has any comments who's worked with modular stuff like this. Okay, so I see some comments from earlier in my Slack workspace. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna have to come back to some of them about lighting and stuff. But doors can sit outside walls now. Okay, that's interesting. So Tom, your line is still probably open. Oh no, it isn't. Let me open up your line. So Tom, tell me what you mean by they're sitting outside walls.
I think in a floor plan, like if you draw a wall, and then if you place a door in the wall first, because it needs doors and windows have to reside in a wall, and then you drag it off to the side, So visually, like in 2D,
Mhm.
it'll look like it's outside the wall, but it still knows it's part of that wall. So it might show up in this 3D view. The only thing is it won't have like the wall around it, right? So in this view that she has, you could probably see the door, and it would look like an empty space around the door.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, your point is interesting. You can place, you know, a door or window into a wall and then move it around in 3D space as long as it remains in the plane of the wall.
In the plane, but not in the, you know, say if your wall is 10 feet long, you can move that window 10
Yeah.
feet or 20 feet over to the side now, and it'll still
You
show
can
up, right?
also make the
Yeah.
wall either, I don't know if you can make it 0 height, but you can make it, you know, infinitesimal height and then have the window above it. So that,
Yeah.
you know, so that's another thing.
And then your point, I mean, if it was me, I would draw the CLT as one wall, draw another wall, whatever size it's going to be for the door, like you're going to frame it in somehow, right? And it's just another wall beside it, and you put your door in there, and then you could still get your quantities and everything. So just ID the CLTs, use a different ID number or something to list them out. Or something.
Okay. So do you need any more comments or guidance on that, Agun?
Yeah, maybe I think the next question is concerning windows above each other in the same wall.
Okay, so your screenshot here, let's see if I can I?
So the ground
Okay,
floor.
now it's a little bit bigger. All right, so we're seeing some things highlighted that are.
It's ground floor. There you have like 3 windows in one wall, or 2 windows, horizontal windows, and the floor below. Yeah. And yeah, I find it difficult to work with windows above each other in plans.
Okay, so when you have windows stacked in a wall, whether it's a multi-story wall or it's just a tall wall with clear story openings up above, you certainly placing things just in general into the wall and then moving them around in an elevation can be helpful. Because you know, maybe a little hard to select things on plan and control which one you're selecting, but you can always, if you just get things into a model, then in elevation, just move them around. That can be helpful for manipulating them. Another thing to think about is when you're creating a working drawing. Now, by the way, I'm getting some background noise. I don't know if that's from
it's
Tom.
me again, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can mute your own line. Just click on the microphone. So you can change the floor plan cut plane and how it's displayed. So let me just switch to sort of this empty file here where I can demonstrate this, because this may be something that you're not familiar with. So let me put in, let's say, a window down here, another window here, and I'll pop in one. Let me just do this arbitrarily side by side. I'm going to take an elevation. Let's see, go to the south elevation. So let's say that this window, I'm going to take it up high here and stretch it like that. Okay, so sort of, you know, obviously an arbitrary sort of condition, but we've got some lower windows and we've got some upper ones. Now, when I go to the floor plan and we zoom in on it, well, we're seeing these markers, and this upper window here is actually obscuring the lower ones. So let's look at the floor plan cut plane. So the floor plan cut plane right now it's cutting through probably the lower windows, and it's going up to the top of this, to the next story. Let's just say that it's on the current story and it only goes up to 6 feet here. Didn't change. Let me change the window here to, let's see, now what are we gonna do here? I think window, floor plan, symbolic, we'll just say projected here. And this is going header to story, header to story 1. To 9 feet, yeah, let's say 9 feet 6. And the, oh, and that's the length, and this is 1 foot, we'll just do 1 foot 6. So it's gonna be, and let me just see what we had. So I adjusted that slightly there. So we know that it's going from 8 to 9 foot 6 here. Now the wall, let's select this wall, and we change the floor plan to, instead of symbolic cut, to be projected. So you can see now the wall is only showing the lower windows there, because the floor plan cut plane is set to show cutting through the lower windows, but only going up to 6 feet. Now let me change this to say that it's going to cut at the 8 foot 6 level, so it should be within the upper window, and it's going to start at let's say 7 feet. Actually, it'll start at 7 feet and go up to the next story, or start at 6, something like that. Let's say okay. Didn't quite get that. Floor plan cut plane, show down to current story, so up to here. And we'll say, oh, this right, okay, we want it to be 8 foot 6 or something like that. There. Okay, so I've just created a cutting plane that's showing the upper part, and I'll go and we'll create save a view here. Say that this is first floor clear story there. And let me go to, and it should go into the floor plans here. And let's go to the first floor plan. And this is in, I guess, schematic design. So let's go to the ones that are plans, first floor plan. Let's take this first floor clear story there. So now I can switch back and forth between these different views based on mainly the main difference that I changed was the floor plan cut plane that was cutting through a different part of it and showing a different part of the wall. So would that be helpful to you?
Yeah, I think very helpful. Yes.
Okay. So when you have things that are overlapping each other in space, there are different views. Obviously, if we go in 3D, there's things that you can manipulate easily or see relationships in 3D to work with. And in elevation, sometimes things are easier just to control than they would be on the floor plan. But the views on the floor plan are used obviously to explain how things fit together, to focus on certain areas, like the upper openings or the upper windows, and being able to selectively change the settings and save them as views is going to help you to quickly go back and forth between different contexts. So does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So let's just see, you had one other question that I recall here, which was, I also need to show how the load-bearing structure is built up in a pedagogic manner. Do you have tips? So you're talking about showing a series of views with different things, sort of first this is built, then we add that, then we add that. We're talking about phasing. Are we talking about an exploded diagram where things are separated out?
Yeah, maybe exploded would be nice.
Okay, so in terms of exploding something, let's just take a look at your model here and just do a quick little test. So if I go to the story structure here, so we have certain gaps between one story and another. Now, I'm just going to arbitrarily say, what if I take this story and I boost this up temporarily to twice as far, so 6,000 meters, so that's 18 feet or 19 feet or something like that. Everything else gets hoisted up. Let's just see what happens when I do that, okay? Okay, so when I did that, you can see the building changed geometry because these walls are going up all the way to the top. And so when I hoisted it up, they all stretched. Now, let's see, but these walls here are sort of stopping at a certain point. So let me go back into the story settings and undo that change. So we'll put this back to 3,000 here, 3 meters. And let's see, that was, well, I'm just gonna say, what if this were, we made this added 3,000 here, so we're going to say 7,500 there. So some stairs have become invalid, so yeah, obviously. All right, so again, that's not really helping me because these walls are linked. So let me go and see if I can put this back here, and I'll just, so now we're back to your original design. Now I'm going to take a few of these walls like this and change them from being linked to the next story to being not linked here. Okay, and we could select all walls and make them unlinked, but let me just see what happens when I do that. And we again go to the story settings and boost this up by 3 meters. Okay, so you can see now these ones did not grow because they were, what do you call it, set to be not linked. Now the reason why I wanted to do that is imagine that all of the walls on this story for demonstration purposes were unlinked, so that they aren't linked, and then you just you move things apart by changing the spatial distance. So let me go and we'll do a very quick test, and I think we'll have to finish up with this one for your project. I'm going to put this back to the 4,500, and I'm going to do a rather blunt force demonstration, and that'll be, I'll select all the walls, and I'll say that I want them to be not linked. Okay, so now the walls are still, everything still looks the same, but now in this, if I go to the story settings, and let's just take this one up, give an extra 3,000 there, I'm gonna give this one an extra 3,000 there, and this one an extra 3,000, 3 meters. Say okay. All right, now, it's a little, it's a very quick demonstration of things, but imagine that I also change what these are, columns, I guess. No, that's a wall. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, well.
Okay, all right. Well, in any event, you can see that if you were to take a copy of your file and do some things to break the links between stories, or the linking of the tops of elements between stories, and then separated the stories, that you would be able to do certain types of diagrammatic things. That would be an option that you could do. You could also selectively go and in your view menu, 3D view options, let's see, it's elements in 3D view, filter and cut elements in 3D. We could say that I'd like to not do all stories. I'd like to go from this story only up to here, and say okay. And so you can do this. So if we go back to where the story settings were the original, so we had, this is 45, 3, 3, whoops, 3, 3, okay. So now, all right, so this is one set of stories. You know, we could have a view like this, and we can go into the filter and cut elements and say that we'll take it up one more story. And you'd have this diagram, you know, so you can basically, you could create a sequence of diagrams, possibly turning on and off different layers to demonstrate how these things are, you know, are going to be relate to each other. Other things, you know, could be done. We can have visualization. You know, you can overlay two different drawings, and one of them, for example, if I were to take let's see, 3D view options and make this 3D styles, we'll make technical drawing here, but I'll make it a wireframe like this. You know, so you can have things that you're seeing through, so you can have two different views overlaid with the upper stuff in a see-through. This is 3D styles here, and so this is vectorial. Interesting. I wonder, these look sort of thick. I don't see an option for the contour lines here. In any event, you know, these are options that may help you with presenting selected parts in relationship to each other. Does that help at all?
Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So any final questions before I move on?
Yeah, I wonder about the file size of these.
Okay, so you had a question then about breaking this up into all these hot links and things like that. So
when is it smart to make hot links? Because this, you see, the two bottom ones are really large compared to the original file number 1, and they contain the same, just hot links. Yeah.
Okay. So a hot link basically allows, and just for those of you who are a little less experienced with it, you can hot link into an ArchiCAD project another ArchiCAD project or a piece of an ArchiCAD project. This is sometimes done when you have a site plan and several buildings. Each building can be in a separate project file to do construction drawings and models, and then they can be linked into the site where buildings A, B, and C are then shown as part of a larger, you know, rendering or study. The power of hot links is that they, when building A is updated, that or revised or developed further than in the site model, you simply say update it, and it now has the latest version. But you're focusing it when you're working on building A on just its work, so it can compartmentalize, allowing sort of a very simple version of teamwork. Essentially, I'm going to work on building A, you're going to work on building B, and we'll see each other's work when we look at it in the site. That's one reason to do it. Another reason can be for repetitive elements, such as like you have a 10-story building or a 100-story building, and 18 of the stories are all the same. You know, so you can create a module that is one floor plate and then repeat it, or you have a unit type like a 2-bedroom condo unit, and you create that, and those hot links can then be repeated multiple times. And as the design changes, it is updated in the destination file. Now, one thing you do not gain from a hot link is you don't gain in terms of file size. The file that the hot links are placed into will still be just as big as if you had every single element in there from the beginning. You gain in terms of management in these cases of repetitive design, absolutely, where you've made a change in one and it affects everything, but you don't gain in terms of size. What you lose when you put things out in other files is that you're looking at one file, the larger context, and you want to make a change, and you have to go to the other file to make the change and then save it and do an update. So it adds overhead in that sense. So if you're simply saying, this file is very big, I want to break it up into chunks and link them in, you have to look at the pros and cons. I've seen, I remember a long time ago, there was this huge building in Australia. I don't know if it was 100 stories or what, but they had the podium in one file, and they had, a central part in another file, and a superstructure in another file, and they had a structural model in another one. Now, this allowed the people who were focusing on the streetscape and how it integrated with the surrounding plaza and the underground parking, that they could focus on that, and they weren't thinking or delayed by the fact that work was being done on upper stories. So in that sense, it worked because they could coordinate and make sure everything fit together, but the people who were focused on one task didn't have as big a file to work with. But for you, it sounds like really that's not going to be a good solution, that it all should be in the same file. At least that just seems to me like you're adding more complexity and not necessarily gaining what you wanted, which was to have, smaller, more manageable files. Your terrain model is, a huge source of it. One thing you can do is you can just turn off the terrain when you don't need to see it. Just turn that layer off, and even just have a placeholder for the terrain, just something that's just the area around the building that's either a slab or a mesh, and have the rest of the terrain turn it on when you want to see long shot. That would be, now in terms of the file size, the other thing we need to think about is it a problem because it's taking up too much disk space? In the old days, you might say, I'm running out of disk space. But that's usually not the issue anymore. Is it because it takes a long time to open? Well, that could be an issue. Hey, I need to make a change and it takes me 10 minutes to open the file. Ouch, so there's that. But if it's just simply the file is big, I don't think it should be big, probably just being more judicious in some of the stuff that you're doing, like with the terrain, might help. And I don't know what Architera is doing in terms of what it's dumping into the project. So those are some thoughts. Okay, so good. I'm going to move on then.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. So I'm looking at some comments here. So David Ennis says, to make a diagram without changing floor heights, you could create a series of one-story Axon 3D views using the marquee, then add overlapping drawings on a layout. You can offset each drawing vertically and get the stacked or exploded look. Okay, so that's good. So you saw how I, said, let's just show from this story to that story. Well, you could pick one story at a time. Another option is to use the marquee tool and have it be the thin marquee, and it'll only show elements in that story. So one way or another, you can create views of single chunks, place those views onto a sheet and move them around till you get a nice graphic clarity. So instead of actually separating the building, you're just creating different views. So that's a good point, David. So Francois says, would it work to set the top window to overhead only? Yeah, so there are different settings that you could be used for the windows and the walls in terms of the clear story stuff. It can get rather convoluted. I think ultimately the cut plane is a key concept that you have to at least realize this can be your friend if you only want to see part of certain openings in some drawings and other openings in different ones. Oran Mills says, why not use curtain wall? So you can use curtain wall. So that's an interesting thing. So with a curtain wall, you're setting up certainly, well, in general terms, you've got a grid, which doesn't have to be all evenly spaced, but it does have lines and things in between the lines that typically are panels. And so you could do the, what do you call it, your CLT as panels within a curtain wall. And you can have windows and doors in certain areas. So it's possible that curtain walls could be a good solution. I didn't see a whole lot of repeated spaces. It looked like more jogged, everything was jogged. So in that sense, it would be a bunch of curtain walls. So I'm not quite sure how much benefit it would be, but good idea, Oran. Okay. So Mark Hess has a point about, I would ask structural if that would work. Might want to have more structure between the panels to avoid loads on the windows with panel movement. So the core would have connecting elements or openings in the panels. So clearly structural considerations, you'd want to get good advice before you go too far with design, or at least know that you have options to accommodate structural requirements. Okay, so Francois Swanepoel says the CAD mapper workflow gives a context model very effectively with way less time spent than drawing the contours, and add the detailed contours around the building as you said. So CAD mapper. So I remember, Francois, let me open up your line here. Remember you had demonstrated some things. So Francois, your line is open. So CAD mapper.
Yes, Eric.
Yeah, so instant CAD files for any location on Earth, and they don't mention ArchiCAD, but you can save things as SketchUp, and then you can import the SketchUp file into ArchiCAD, and so it'll take, free account will do up to a square kilometer, which is pretty big, and then for a small fee you can get bigger ones. Anyway, so this does bring in a terrain, and I guess the level of detail you found works pretty well.
Well, both the level of detail as well as the accuracy of the geometry in terms of the leveling, I found within 5% of accuracy. So in some cases, depending on the project, we don't even need to get a surveyor's detail survey, especially not for the outlaying further afield from the actual project for context. Definitely not necessary, and this is like super easy and very quick.
Okay, so check that out, Gun. So cadmapper.com, and from what I recall, you basically pick a location and sort of create the boundary that you want, and you export it in SketchUp format. And you would pick one of the later versions of SketchUp, not SketchUp 8. It would be, SketchUp 2019 or 2020 or something like that, and then that can be dropped into ArchiCAD. So that's the basics of what I recall.
Yeah, in the November session that I had with you, we did a demo of that, so people can go revert back to that recording.
Right, so that's on my YouTube channel, and probably also on the ArchiCAD user website, recording from November 2020. So with Francois Swanepoel, he shared several different projects during that session. This was part of one of the projects. I don't remember which. All right, so Doug Muir asks, can you turn it into a morph? Would that be more efficient? No, a morph in general, ArchiCAD puts in a lot more computation to figure out morphs. They are very powerful, but they are more computation intensive. So definitely would not want to take a large terrain and try to turn it into a morph. It would probably choke on that. Yasik, hey Yasik, says Architaria imports DXF survey points, used to use it. She can marquee the building area and work on it separately and use the terrain as a second part or plan when needed. Okay, so she's not bringing in DXF survey points, although you can do that. She's bringing in a different type of file, SOSI. So anyway, that I think your idea of marking the building area, that's another thing. We can turn off the terrain when you don't need to see it, and it'll speed up how ArchiCAD responds. You can also potentially draw a marquee and say, I just want to look at the building and the surrounding area, and that'll also pretty quickly speed up the calculations. Okay. So Tom Palmer, something about survey file points. Okay. All right. So I think we can move on then. So thank you, Gun, and thank you, Francois, and everyone. I mean, we'll continue on the session, but just move on to a different question. So I do see some questions that came in earlier from members of my ArchiCAD coaching program and the ArchiCAD Best Practices course. So let's see if, okay, so I don't know if Rob is still on. That was right at the beginning, and he's in the UK. So Rob, you are there. Okay, quickie question. When to use a PDF as a trace? What is the best practice? So let's just see if we can do a quick answer for that. Rob, I've opened up your line. So.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, Rob. Yep.
Hi.
So when you want to use a PDF as a trace, what is the best practice? So what are you trying to bring in that is a PDF?
Just site plans, that sort of thing, or indeed survey floor plans, just so that it could be modeled over the top. And I know you've been through this in the past, but I just can't remember best practice, if you like.
Okay, so PDF is a file that you can bring in as an external drawing. So there's a command under the file menu, place external drawing, or file external something, and then place external drawing. When you do that, the PDF will be a single entity. If it is a scan, like of an old historical drawing, it will not be snappable, but if it's scaled properly, you know, you can use it and visually trace on top of it like you had a light table. If it is a vector-based PDF, so it was created in a CAD program originally and then saved or exported as a PDF, then you may be able to snap directly, or you can explode it into lines and snap or even use those lines directly. Now to scale a PDF, you would, when you bring it in, you'll want to check, is it the right size? In other words, are there some things that indicate dimensions and you measure them and that they're correct or they're way off? You can always resize the PDF. You can just stretch the graphic, but often the best way is to say the PDF has a scale factor. You know, it's 1/4 inch to a foot, or 1 to 100, or 1 to 500, or whatever it is. And you set your scale of your view temporarily to that in ArchiCAD's scale option, and then place the PDF when it's at that scale. It will usually come in right at the right size. It will, you know, so that's a good tip. Now,
so where would you locate it, Eric?
So where do I locate it? So you can bring it in any draftable view, meaning like a plan, an elevation, detail, or a worksheet. If it is something like a site plan or something that you're going to want to trace a building from, then I would usually put it in a worksheet and then use a trace reference so that you can selectively, with a single click, show it underneath your drawing, underneath what you're working on, or hide it. And that's faster than putting it on a separate layer and having to switch layer combinations and having it be in the actual plan view. You could do it either way, but there are advantages in general to having it in a worksheet and showing that as a trace reference.
So it could be a DWG and a worksheet, and then just trace link it through to the floor plan you wanted to model on. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right, so those are a few general comments about bringing it in, tracing over it, having it the right scale, etc. So
thank you.
Thank you, Rob. So Bob Schwenke, now let's see if Bob is still on the line. Yep, he is. Okay, so Bob, you said when searching for a 3-panel sliding glass door in the library, the only one has the opening on the end panel, or the end and middle sliding together, not one with a center sliding panel. A while ago, I wrote to you regarding how the roof and wall connect would leave the opening on the side elevation of the roof. I found that having the roof as a composite, the cut in the roof was no longer showing. Okay, so Bob, your line is open. Let's see if you are sitting by your desk and you can turn on your mic. Okay, so Bob may have stepped away, so I won't attempt to answer the question now. I'll come back to Bob in a little bit. All right, so James Powers, can you show how the lighting tools work to allow sunlight to come into that window, for example? This is going back much earlier in the session, sun, object, etc. Okay, so James, I think I showed earlier how to move the sun position around. The sun position is selectable in the 3D projection settings. Now that is not an object, that's actually the sun. And the sun can be controlled either manually like I did, or using a heliodon, where you say in that dialog that you want to change the location based on time of day and location on the planet. Now, you mentioned something about the sun object. So there is a sun object that is a lamp. It's basically a special purpose lamp, and I'll just show where that is found. So let's go to this one here. So if I go to the lamp tool, and we go to exterior lighting, and actually probably, well, I'm not saying that's exterior lighting, interior lighting here, electrical. Okay, so here under electrical, we have some light sources that are actually do not have an instrument. They are just floating in space and give some light. And the parallel light would be the one that would be the window light here, but here's sun. Oh, actually, here's window light. Parallel light, I guess, similar. So if I go to window light, for example, you can see it is a rectangular shape that you could position in space and have it glow into into the room. The sun object, you can see this sort of little image of a sun with a directional arrow, and you can actually add it in to your model. And I can't remember the advantages. Actually, I vaguely remember that it used to be that you could have multiple suns. I mean, there's various controls here to make it potentially more realistic than the ArchiCAD sun. So it is a sort of a very special purpose illuminating thing. And if you think about movies and that type of simulating reality, well, they'll have lights in the room that you can see. They'll have spotlights or other lights that just fill in. they'll have other tools, like maybe you've seen these ones where they've got a reflector, like a little, some sort of fabric thing that's shiny, and they'll be having it reflect the sun or another lamp onto the faces of people. And they may have other lamps that are simulate the sun, or, you know, just give a feeling of the warmth of the sun. So this is a way to do that. And of course, it would have controls for color. In other words, like what color is it? If we click on this, you know, you can make it warmer, you can make it sort of sunset color. So this is shadow casting fast. Anyway, so there are different things. I won't even attempt to show how this would affect a real rendering. But essentially, you're going to place it in space and have it, you know, be a certain distance away. So right now, this is saying it's 9 feet up in the air, but you'd want to put it up 100 feet, or, you know, quite a distance away from the project, so that it sort of has a more general impact rather than something that's focused. So anyway, those are a few just general comments on for James there. Let me just see if James, and actually I didn't even notice he's still, I don't see him on the line. So I just explained all of that, and he may not have caught it because I think he's gone. All right, anyway, other things here. So let's just see, is Bob Schwenke, are you around? I did open up your line. So Bob, if you are, click on your microphone icon. So Conrado, speaking about Twinmotion, has anybody been able to link the new version of Twinmotion 2021? And Gerald says, I have installed it and it does link. Okay, new version of the direct link. Okay, so that's just a technical note. And for those of you who don't know, Twinmotion, very high quality rendering, very fast, very nice connection to ArchiCAD. So in general, I would recommend Twinmotion over the CineRender internal rendering. There is a learning curve, but it's a free add-on to ArchiCAD for all of you who are on subscription or maintenance. So Phil Litterock, rule of thumb regarding file size to work with when it's best to create separate elements and hotlink them all together. So I did spend some time talking about that. Let's just open up your line, Phil, and see if there's some things. So Phil, as I talked about, when to hotlink things in would be absolutely if you have a repetitive element, like a unit or a floor plate that you want to develop in one place and have repeat, absolutely. Secondary one would be, we have several buildings, each one with their own floor-to-floor heights, each one in a different place on the site, and we want to, primarily when we're working on one building, while we coordinate it with the site, we don't need to have the other building seen. That would be another obvious one. So Phil, is your line? I open up your line.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a large private school project I've got coming up that there's multiple buildings that were put together over the years, and a large complicated site too, just like similar to, not to the extent that we were seeing for the one from the project from Norway there, but it is quite sizable.
Mm-hmm.
So my initial thought was to take each of those buildings, even though they're all connected, and to do them as separate projects, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And then the addition then that would infill some of these would then be a separate project in itself. And then the site plan would be a separate project too, and just hot link them all together.
Yeah,
Does that sound like an appropriate project for it?
That's a typical scenario. Separate buildings linked into a site. You mentioned something else that links them together. You're talking about hardscape or other infrastructure?
Well, it's a project that over the years, there was one building built, and then there was another building built that connected to it, and then another building that connected to it, and in some cases it surrounded some of the other components. And I'm just trying to do it right from the beginning as opposed to, you know, trying to backtrack with it. So I actually have to put all the buildings together myself, redraw them from the old hand-drawn plans. So again, I'm just trying to do it right from the get-go.
Okay. So sounds like doing them in separate files does make sense. Some of the things that, you know, really do help putting in separate files when the floor-to-floor heights are distinct rhythms. You know, this one's 12-foot heights and these are 10 feet, you know, or whatever.
That's how it is.
Sometimes it's like this one's, you know, 18 feet lower. Its first floor is 18 feet lower than this one up here. And, you know, you want to have ground floor and second floor and third floor plans. And you also want to look at ground floor, second floor, third floor plans of each one. And, you know, they're at very different heights.
That's right.
There are ways to work around it within a single file. You know, that can often be easier to manage just in separate files with their own sort of coordinate references. So yeah.
Is there a point with ArchiCAD that a file gets too big? Is there something to keep in mind as a target for that? I know it might vary from computer to computer based on its power, but is there kind of a rule of thumb?
The rule of thumb would be evolving, you know, as computers gets more powerful and ArchiCAD gets more powerful. I used to think that a file that was 100 megabytes was big. Then I thought, no, that's actually pretty common. In fact, master template with nothing in it, just a lot of structure, is now 100 megabytes roughly. 300 megabytes I used to think was big. Now I routinely open that. I saw a comment, I don't know if it was LinkedIn or it was, you know, one of the forums where someone was talking about problems with their file and wondering if it was the file size. And another expert, you know, commented, oh, yours is only 300 megabytes or 500 megabytes. That's not the cause of your problem, you know, and maybe there was something else that he pointed out that should be looked at, but he says, we routinely have things that are well over a gigabyte, you know.
Wow.
So
okay.
Anyway, so it of course, having more RAM in your computer and a faster computer in general are going to give you more headroom, I guess is the term. But in terms of management, so it doesn't sound necessarily like you need to break it up for file size, particularly if you're just starting. It's more, are they different base elevations? Are they different story to story heights? Are they pretty much distinct, you know, just projects that happen to be near each other on a site with some connecting walkways or other stuff? If they're really distinct, if they have some differences in elevations, etc., then, you know, having them in separate files probably makes it easier to manage.
Okay.
So on the other hand, if they're really integrated, you know, and they're, you know, there's just a lot of stuff going on between them, then sometimes it's a little easier to just do the design, like how the walkway is going to connect, or the stairs, or they're going to, you know, other things that you're doing. You want to be able to essentially work on both sides, you know, both buildings in conjunction with each other. Then having it in one file will be, you know, somewhat easier.
Yeah, and that's how this project is. Yeah, so it sounds like it should be on one file, one project.
Okay, so one thing is that if the simple case, relatively simple, is buildings A, B, C are separate files. They're linked into a site, and that's where you see them all together. A common extension of that is building A and B are next to each other. We're going to link in building B into building A, and vice versa, so that we can sort of see how they fit together as you're working on building B. But because they're each linking into each other, there is in theory, there would be the circular referencing that would, you know, we're bringing in building A and it contains building B into itself. But there is an option in the hotlink that says only bring in the top level. In other words, like just the native stuff from that file, not the stuff that was linked into it. So that would be, if you did use that, you'd want to check that box to say only bring in the top level. All right, so anything
Thank
else, Phil?
That's it. Thank you. Yeah.
So Swar says, can you see the file I've just sent you, or is it too late? It's not too late, Swar, but let me see. There are some people who put in questions a little earlier or put in ahead of time that I want to check if they've shown up. And so, for example, I've been waiting for either Eric Milberger, he hasn't shown up, or Josh Varan. Josh Varan has not made it. Okay. And then Philip Howell, has he shown up? No. And okay, we dealt with Gun and Nestor and Randy. Now, of course, we have Steve Pribble, who I told, hey, Steve, wait a minute. We'll do that. So I know Steve's on the line. So let me take Steve's question, and then we can look at yours, Swar. And let's see if anyone else had typed in something. So Romrick says, what is the temperature by you like me? I have a fan on me. 128 gigabyte memory and desktop computers now. Okay, so Romrick is in Trinidad and Tobago, and I guess it's warm, and 128 gigabyte memory. So I have 64 gigabyte in my MacBook Pro. So that was one of the things. I bought that just over a year ago, and it was, you know, the most you could get for the Apple MacBook. All right, so Swar will wait. Let's see if Steve is, Steve, I'm gonna open up your line, Steve, here. So Steve.
Eric.
Hey.
Hey, you're tireless, man. You don't need a break yet?
I'm doing all right, you know. This is my, I get a lot of pleasure out of helping all of you, and while sometimes it's frustrating if things don't work, so far it's gone pretty well today.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Well, thank you. All right, so you're in ArchiCAD 23, as I recall, and
Right.
you sent a file that you said that you were trying to use, what do you call it, or say your schedules required certain attributes or properties from for doing doors and window schedules, but you had an older version of the classifications and properties, and it was sort of, you weren't really confident that you were doing it cleanly, or you knew that, you know, it was sort of a mess. So we're
Right.
going to go and let's see, I had.
Yeah, I mean, and it works great.
Was it the ADU for Bobrow?
Yeah, it works great. You know, I mean.
Okay, but wait a second, just before you go on. So is this the file? Because I think I opened it once already. So is this the one, ADU for Bobrow?
Yes.
Okay, so let me open that, then we can keep talking.
Yeah, it works great in the older version, but I just wanted to use whatever the current version is, and I tried to set it up, and I can never figure out how to set it up to do what the old version is set up to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have a PLA. I guess I'll read directly from an archive. Well, no, let me extract elements to a folder, and then we'll see. Because
it's a simple file.
Okay, all right. So for those of you who don't know, PLA is a file format that you can save out any ArchiCAD project in. It's also known as an archive file, and it saves the, what do you call it, the library parts that are in use in the file, directly in the file. So instead of the library parts being linked, they are included in the file. So when Steve sent it to me as a PLA, I had a choice. Do I want to just use the library parts that were included in that file? Do I want to save it out so I have access to all of those, but also can load other libraries more easily and manage the overlap? So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm saving out the linked library parts in a separate folder, and then I may jettison them, particularly if all the library parts are in the standard library. All right, so what we have here is a relatively small project. Let's just take a look in 3D. Here's bringing up whatever 3D window was your last one. Okay, the kitchen from living room. Here's interior. I'm just going to click on a few of your views. Okay, so simple little project. Let's go to an exterior view. Okay, all right. So, okay, that gives us just a sense of what we're looking at. Now you were talking about schedules. So which schedule would be useful to look at?
The door schedule is pretty standard, but then I created door types, and so probably door types because I linked those using properties, linked to the door schedule.
Okay, all right. So we're seeing in the door types, if I compress it here, all right. So we just have a type, a view, and a place for remarks that we can type in here. Now these types here, where are they being stored? And how do you have this list of 1 through 10 types?
Those are properties in the classification system.
Okay, so if I go to the options menu, we have property manager and classification manager. I'm going to go to property manager because that's where this particular field is set. And we can see something called group, and we can see something called door types. Now door types have options that are these Roman numerals 1 through 10, 1 through X here. And this is what you created. You created a property that you created a bunch of options, and obviously you don't have to use 10, but you created 10 in case you needed them.
Right.
And windows are similar. We go to the option setup and same thing here. And wall type also. So you just created multiple copies of that, and you have it in what's called group, which you could rename here if we wanted to say, like your, you still go by DBA as your company? Yeah. So you could call it DBA group or whatever, but this is just a heading here. Now, the group, it says everything that's in this group will be available for doors, walls, windows, and construction elements in general, which makes it more general here. So what is a classification? And I'll just sort of explain that for those of you who are less familiar or unfamiliar with it. A classification is what is the function or category of an element. Now you may think sort of on a naive basis, well, if you draw a wall, it's with the wall tool and it's a wall. But think about the fact that you could use the wall for a piece of plywood that's on the side of a cabinet, casework, things like that. You could use a column for a column, or you could use it for a baluster, or you could use it for other things. So in other words, the classification of an element may be automatically based on, hey, it's a wall, but you can also say this wall is not really a wall, it's part of some furniture, furnishing, or building a component of an assembled structure. Now, why is this important? Well, because when you're managing the information of a project, you want to put in data like what's the door type, what's the window type, whatever. But you don't want, when you're looking at doors, you don't want to have it say, well, what wall type is it? It's not a wall. Why should I care about that? So by classifying it as a door, so if we go to door types here, we could say the door types really should only be available for doors. Why would you ever want to even show door types for windows? So I'm not saying you did something terrible, Steve, but this is an example where we could simplify it. And I'll just show you, if I go to, let's just select this door on the plan, or maybe this is multiple doors. In fact, you can see all of these doors are that type 1, right?
Right.
And we go to the properties here, and it says door type is 1. Okay, that's fine. Now I don't see the window types there. That's fine, but maybe if we had a window, if I selected this window here, and we go to this, no, it says window types. All right, so I guess what I was confused about, it looks like you actually did it right, is that under the property manager, while the default here was to put it on all of these, if I go to door types, no, it says that it would appear for ArchiCAD classification 22 window. Now what's happening is it must be that the element that I selected is actually ArchiCAD 20.
Yeah, I'm using the classification from 20.
All right. So as I click on this, look carefully on the right side as I click on door or window, and you can see the only change is this. So now what's ArchiCAD classification 20 and 22? And then of course we're, in this case, the file is in 23. Well, Graphisoft over time has evolved the whole classification system. So I think it came out in version 20. And if we go under classification manager, you have loaded in the 20 system and the 22 system. Now the 20 system, it says, well, what type of element is it? Is it a beam? Is it a column? Is it a covering? Is it a door, etc.? All right, so there's a lot of choices here. They're all in a linear group. In other words, they're not in a hierarchy, and maybe even back then you couldn't have a hierarchy. But now in 22, we can see, well, there's construction elements and there are openings. Well, if I go to openings, there are windows. It's interesting, there's only one there. When I go to construction element, there's only one wall. What this indicates is that you've got a little piece of the ArchiCAD classification system, but not the whole thing. And this would typically come when you paste in something from another project that has a classification, and it says, oh, this doesn't exist. Let me just add it to the list of things. Now, your question was, hey, I don't understand. How do I get the latest version in here, right? Okay, so let's just look at this. If I were in...
I mean, there's obviously a lot of things in that list of classifications or properties that I don't need, but that's kind of where they started with the 20 version.
Yeah, okay. So I'm in an untitled project. It's in 24. So the demonstration I'm going to do right now will be limited, but I'll make it clear what I'm doing. So if I go to the options menu, classification manager, we'll see that it actually says, in this case, ArchiCAD classification V2.0. So not ArchiCAD 20, ArchiCAD 22, but it's V2.0. And within this, you can see site, space, element assembly, elements, and materials. So if we look at elements and then construction elements, here are things that are similar to what we had in the original, but now we also have element components, a fastener or discrete accessory, and fasteners have different options here, and there's furnishings, there's different categories of furniture and system furniture. So there's a hierarchy here, and you can have properties that are specific only to system furniture. Maybe it has to do with manufacturer's SKU, or the code number or the warranty date or things like that. You can have data that is only specific to certain categories of elements, certain classifications. Now, version 2.0 here was, I believe, introduced into ArchiCAD 23, and we can import that into ArchiCAD 23. Master format is another system that is very extensive. I don't know anyone personally who's using it, but if you are in a larger commercial practice, if you're doing certain things with government work, etc., you may find that having all of these different types of concrete for maintenance of concrete, and I mean, look at how deep this goes. Cleaning of cast in place concrete is something. Well, cleaning is a process; it's not a thing, but still, it's this master format. Just allows you to categorize things. Now, if I said I wanted to export the ArchiCAD classification, this one as a whole, I can highlight it and click on this and say I want to export just the selected classification systems, which would be this one, version 2.0, and all the properties that are from this project. So now for you, if you're in 23, you would do this from 23. You would do it for ArchiCAD classification version 2.0, and you would do all properties. Now, I'm not going to do this right now because I have one saved that I can use that's from 23. So we're going to go back to your file, and I'll go to options, property, actually I'll do classification manager, and I'll use the import function. And when I import, I'm going to go, I know where I have this stored. I have it in master template 23, where I saved all of the Graphisoft standards so that I could manage them and import them into master template. So for example, we have ArchiCAD 23 USA classifications and properties. So this is a file. It has an ending XML, which is just a particular format. And I can say I'd like to open this file. And it says, do you want to bring in, I'm in the classifications manager, do you also want to bring in properties? I say, yeah, I do. Okay, let's bring all of them in here. And I'll say, okay. Now it says, some of them already exist. Some of them already are in the file. If I append them, then they'll show up a second time with a number 1 after them, or a number 2 potentially. So they'll be in there, but they'll have a different thing. I'm just going to say replace, because I think that they will actually just slip into the right location. But these are some subtleties we don't have time to get into. Now, what you'll see,
Eric, you're importing from an external file into ArchiCAD 23, is that correct?
okay, we're in your file, my copy of it.
Okay.
It had all of the 2020 classifications. It had a few from 22, and now I've just imported this classification V2.0.
Oh, okay. I got
and also master format 2018. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm just going to delete that one because I know that that's just a lot of extra stuff I don't need. But let's look inside this. I just imported this whole thing, and remember I had elements and construction elements, all of these things, they all came in, right? You know, furnishings. So everything I was looking at a minute ago just came in. So I've imported that whole set, having exported it from another ArchiCAD project using this.
All right, I got it.
Now they're all there. Now I'm going to go to Property Manager, and you can see your properties are still here. You know, your door types, window types, wall types, etc. But there are more things down here that were added. You know, this gets, it's very, very long, and you can ignore most of it here. But this gives you access to all of the stuff that was in 23 that Graphisoft provided in terms of properties. Now, what do you use this for? Well, you want to put a schedule together that has a manufacturer listed as part of, you know, this, here's equipment. What's the manufacturer? Well, this is a field that you can put in a schedule that all objects that have this these classifications essentially you'll be able to put that data in. You know, you want to have this serial number for certain things where that's applicable. You know, construction type. What is this? Structural frame, exterior bearing walls, interior bearing walls. You can define things. So this is all information about your model. Information about the model is always used when you do schedules and can be used for specifications or other types of labeling and reporting. This just gives you a lot more little cubby holes to say, oh, that's the manufacturer, that's the serial number, that's the hardware set. So what is the hardware set for an opening here? Well, this is a string that you can put in any value, but let's see, operable is an option set that says true, false, or undefined. So operable, you know, does it open, or is it fixed? Or we haven't set it now. Do we have any other ones? Window type. Now here's one. Window type, you had one called window types. Your options were 1, 2, 3 up through 10. Here we have window type, and this is fixed, sliding, double hung, casement, storefront, or undefined. Now you want to add something else in here, you know, you can click add and add in more choices there. So this is something now that becomes available in a schedule if you prefer, or if that would be more useful than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let me just show you where this would show up in a schedule. So we'll go to window types. So this is what you have, and you have 1 and 2, right? Okay, but if I go to the scheme settings and say I would like to add a field that is type, we can see there's a bunch of them that say type, and here is your window types that's already in there. That's why it's gray. But we
Right.
have window type here, and I'll add it. And let me just move this up next to yours and say okay. And now we can say, what is this? Why is this? Oh, here's where we do run into some issues when you integrate these in. And this is where it gets a little more complicated than I'd like to spend too much time on, but I'll give you the basics. This window here, if we select it on the plan, or all of the ones that are like that on the plan here, we'll see that under classifications, it says they're a window. Yeah, of course. But that's in the classification for ArchiCAD 20. In ArchiCAD 22, or the 23 one, it is unclassified. I need to say it is a window here. So as soon as I choose this, you can see now it says window in both of these. Now I can literally do it. I can do it for the other type of window, but let's just see what happens when I go to the window types now. So now you can see it says fixed. Well, no, it's not really fixed. It is sliding, right? Okay. So basically, in order to integrate in the new construction, the new properties and classifications, you will have to select, you don't have to do it one item at a time. We can just say all things placed with the window tool are classified as windows in this new system.
Right.
So you will just go through your project and say all windows are windows, all doors are doors. If you have other schedules for wall types, you may have to say all walls are walls in the new system. So it won't take very long, but basically anytime you have a schedule that you put in a field and it says, I can't edit this 3-dot symbol,
Yeah.
then you need to just tell it, oh, actually this does apply. This,
Yeah, it's a window.
yeah. So is this better than 1 and 2? That's really up to you, but certainly now you know how to bring in a whole set of properties and classifications so it's current. And ultimately, if you wanted to, you could jettison the 20 and 22 ones and just
Right.
have the 23.
Yeah, well, that's what I'd rather do. It looks like they've made some improvements. I also had a property or a group or something called finishes. And I guess I'll just look and see how that was handled when you, or after I do the import, I'll see where it ended up or how it ended up. But
so we have wall type, and you had finishes. So let me just do a search here. Finish. All right. So finishes, finish materials. Is this one that you had?
yeah, all those are mine. To
Yeah.
finish each
Okay.
material, each.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it is still there, and it's under finishes. Now I'm going to just uncheck that there, and let's see where is finishes. There's a heading called finishes here. So this is one that you created because it has nothing else in there, right?
Right.
Now, but if so, it still works. It's fine, and it still can be put in a schedule. But actually, one thing is, it says it'll only be applicable for the classification for things that are in ArchiCAD 20 spaces. We can say, I'd like to also do this for the word space here, and let's widen this. In version 2, we can say it's for any of these spaces, or here's a general one, space. But if you wanted to, you could, say for
it'll show up under space.
Yeah. So, so these are, but we don't want it for space heater, and we don't want it for, so we do want it for storage space, but transport space, I don't know, I guess transport space might be garage, I'm not sure. Anyway, but maybe not space heater. So now it's basically going to show up, it'll be available, your finish thing would be available even if it was had a classification of one of these other spaces. Now this can be moved into another place, and they may have, if we look under finish, there's under zones, you know.
Well,
So
what I
maybe,
was using zones for was to define the material, each of those floor, base, wall, ceiling in each zone.
Okay. Well, in any event, you can leave this in a separate thing there, or you could move this into, you know, into a group that would be related, you know. But you can see how you can, in many cases, you can just type in something and find it, and then it doesn't matter where it is. Anyway, so that's a little bit about using properties that are custom for schedules, like you know, this 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., as well as using standard properties. And the slight wrinkle that is when you're migrating projects forward into a later version of ArchiCAD or migrating your template, that if you want to have all of the new stuff that Graphisoft has added, then sometimes you have to import it manually into your template or your project, and then you have to reconcile the fact that, you know, these elements that have already been drawn are what do you call it? Don't know that they're windows. So here's the other thing. Final point here. If I go to the window tool, this is the default. So I'm about to put in another window, and I might switch to a whole other window type here. But if I go into the classifications, right now, as I put it in, it will not know that it's a window in the new one. So what I want to do is, in addition to changing all the existing windows, I want to say that the default for the window tool is also going to be a window there. And the same thing with the door. You know, go into the classification and click on this. It's unfortunate that we can't expand this, but we know 2022 and version 2.0.
Oh, okay.
So we can see that. So anyway, now that's the default. So anytime I put in a door, it will come in knowing that it's a door. So it should have certain attributes like, you know, the door type. So is that good for you, Steve?
Yeah, that gets me further there, further towards it, further along the way that I was. So yeah, I think from there I'll be able to figure it out. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
My pleasure. So Romerick had a comment. Wow, look at that roof. Let's just see what do you have on that roof. Well, I think he was talking about yours, but you know, it looks nice enough, but it's nothing fancy. It's just a flat texture map on there. So I'm not sure if Romerick was, you know, that's what, just from a distance it looked nice, or if it had to do with the fact that you actually have the roof going around this whole, well, not round, but turning a corner on there.
Yeah, curved.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
all right, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. He also likes the fence. So the fence, is this done with the railing tool?
No, I think it was a fence object.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, so there you have a fence object, but it could easily be done with the railing tool that was introduced into whatever ArchiCAD 22.
The railing tool's another whole bugaboo.
Well, yeah, it's complicated, but you know, once you get familiar with it, it's so powerful. Yeah. All right. So Swar sent in a file, but let me just again go and see if any of the other people who sent in files ahead of time have come. So Josh Ferran has not. That's too bad. Eric Milberger, no. Philip Howell. But let me just see. So Philip Howell had an interesting one. Let's just see. Can do this quickly. How do I instruct ArchiCAD to replace measured text with displayed text and thus allow me to resize a selected object in its dimension chain without altering the measured value? And he sent a PDF here. So he's got measured value here, and it looks like he doesn't, he knows that you can replace things, but he's not sure about things. I'm not quite sure because he isn't on the call. So I'm just going to make sure content of the dimension chain needs to be displayed value of the selected chain, not measured text. So the selected object can be resized without changing the measured value. Okay, so let's just look at that. So we'll just do it in, actually, let's go to this 24 file here. So if I just draw something, let's just say that it's 10 feet long. Okay, and we go and put in a dimension from here to here. All right, it's 10 feet, okay. And of course, if I were to stretch this out and make it 12 feet, then the dimension updates. Now, sometimes you want to be able to put in something in place of this here. So for example, let me split this wall. I'll just say that I want to split it at the halfway mark. So now it's 2 pieces of wall. Let me make this wall a different composition here. Okay, and so let's take this, and I'll, with the dimension chain selected, I'll hold down the command key and click on this point, and you can see how it splits the dimension chain there. If you have Windows, it would be Control click. Now, you know, whether this is any at all sensible is another question, but I just want to point out that these two are equal dimensions, and I could go in here and select these two and say, just text elements, and say I would like to edit them and put in custom text here. And let's just say that I wanted to put in EQ after it here, and this is measured value, say okay. So now that's EQ there. Of course, I could also do this for one or both. Let's just say that this is going to be just the letters EQ and not measured value here. So I can do that. Now, let's say that I stretch this on this side and take this here. So it still says EQ. It's not actually equal anymore. This one, maybe I take this the same distance over. So now it really is equal again, but it kept this. So it kept the text here, and it changed the number because this is the measured value. So depending on what you want to do here, I want to select the text here, and you can see it says measured value EQ. Well, if I said 7'0" here EQ, now this is all purely fixed custom text, and if I were to stretch this, you know, here, now it's totally incorrect, right? So use carefully, but putting in custom text, whether it's verify on site or approximately, or you know, other text or EQ is available by selecting the dimension text element, not the dimension chain, but the text element, and using that in the info box here, where you can switch from custom text to measured value or back and forth here. And if you have custom text, you can put insert measured value in there if you want. So you can put that in there. All right, so that at least I think answers to the best I can understand Philip's question for that. So let's see. I'm going to do another one that was sent in ahead of time. This is for Josh Varan, who I had hoped would be on, but this is an interesting one, and because I've already worked through this, I know I can demonstrate it pretty quickly and show an interesting concept here. So, so Josh is, okay, so he had the Dropbox file, which I did open here. So I know I saved that because he had a PDF. And I think maybe it's in Bobrow webinar query. Yeah, okay, so this is, oh, actually, let's see, cancel that. The screenshots, let me see then. We'll open these here. All right, so he has a lower part of a building and an upper part of a building. He wants to see the upper part of the building in one view. This is a ground floor proposed plan, but he doesn't want that same slab here to be seen in this variation, which is a foundation plan. And his point in terms of the question was, in general, you want the floors to use a single layer and just be placed at different stories, so that if you have a multiple story building, you don't have a separate layer for each floor. So therefore, if you do that, you can't control, if you have floors showing, they show up as a whole, or they are hidden as a whole. So then when you want something like, in this case, the slab up above to show on the lower story, it's going to show regardless of whether the well, there are limited controls for showing it. So let me see if I can get this file open. So this one was floor outline conundrum, and I don't know, I think I had it in 24. Let me just open it up in this 24 international version here. So this is here. Oh, it's 23. Okay, so let me, well, but I think the issue is going to be the same. So I'm just going to open this up. So the point that, one of the points that Josh brings up is that while some elements you can choose whether they're going to show based on whether they're relevant, other elements will just be set as, do you want to see them on the story below or not? And you can't then selectively in one view show and one view hide that. So let me just open this here. Okay, see Francois is headed off. Lawrence Brill says, can you have the EQ or other words like the room name on the opposite side of the mentioned string line? No, you can't put them, you can put text there, but you can't, it won't be attached and, you know, to part of that same dimension text. I don't think you can do multiple lines either. I think it's just one line of text. Okay, so let's go in here. So just getting the file open, and we'll go to the plans, and we have the proposed plan and the foundation plan. So in the proposed plan, actually ground floor proposed plan, he says he wants to see this slab, which belongs to the next story up, he wants to see it here. And the reason why it's seen is because on the floor plan display, it's set to show 1 story down the outline there. Okay. So it is showing there. But the same thing, if I switch to this other view here and go back, he doesn't want to show it. So it's the same element, it's still selected, and he doesn't want to show it on this view. Now, what's the difference between this view? Obviously, these two are both, what do you call it, the same story. And we're seeing the slabs. If I go to the slab tool here, I select all slabs, you can see that there's this slab and that slab. And if I were to hide this layer when I don't want to see it, then it would also hide the layer of this slab. So he's saying, I don't want to have to create another layer for each story, for each floor, but I want to, in this view, hide it, whereas I want it to show in the other one. So I looked at it, I looked at cut planes, I looked at other options, nothing seemed to work. So the workaround I came up with was a graphic override, and I'll demonstrate that very quickly. First of all, I'm just going to make all of these views here in the settings. I'll say that I'd like to ignore the zoom and rotation when opening the view. That'll mean that if I am zoomed in on something and I switch views, it won't jump me out. So I'm just going to make that one small change there. Now, in this view, I don't want to see, he doesn't want to see it. In this view, he does. It's the same element. So I'm going to go to the to this one here and look at the graphic overrides. Now, their graphic overrides are extensive. I've never seen anything quite as extensive as this. They have a bunch up at the top that have these this really bright, I don't know, fuchsia color here. Clearly, this has to do with audits. Like if something is on the ArchiCAD layer, it will be color coded so it stands out like a sore thumb. If anything is put in, if the incorrect footing tool is used, I don't know what the rules are for all of these, but it's basically saying, look for certain things that are typical problems and highlight them so that someone knows that they need to be fixed. Then down below, they have a whole bunch of other overrides that make certain things look the way they do. And I haven't looked at all of them, but if they're demolished, make the drafting filter gray. If they're existing, do this, you know, et cetera. There's a bunch of things. Given that context, adding another rule in here to do what I want to do fits in because they're already using all these rules. So let's just create a new, brand new rule. And I'm going to say this new rule is going to be hide upper, let's see, what is it? First floor slabs. Okay, so I'm creating something, I'm just giving it a name. It's a brand new one. I'll say it's only going to be for slabs. It's only going to be when the element is on, its home story is on the first floor. So if this rule is activated and this, we have a slab that's on the first floor, what are we going to do? We're going to change the line type, first of all, to a white line here. You know, just depends on which one you want to use here, but I'll just pick a white one. And right now, actually, I'll leave the line type alone, and we're going to see what happens when I change it like this. So this is a new rule. I could put it into their 0 series or the 300 series. I can do that. I'll just leave it. In fact, actually, let me just make it, put it a little asterisk here, because then that'll actually pop it up to the top of the list. So this now exists as a possible thing, and I'll go say and add it for the foundation plan. Now we're in the foundation plan where we don't want to see the slab up above. And I'll just say I'd like to add in that new hide first floor slabs. And it's now been added in as one of the rules. I'll just say okay. Bingo! Now let me go to the other one. Here, you can see it's showing the slab. Go here to this drawing. We can see the text. It says that there's something that he didn't want to see, and it's gone away. Now, if you look carefully, you will see a dashed line across here that's white. So if I select it, you can see that the slab is still there, but it's been made white. And if I zoom in on it, you may be able to tell that it's got the dashed line, just like it did before, but it's white. Well, I'm going to do one more subtle thing just to make it even less visible, because that might catch someone's eye. And that is, I'll go into the graphic overrides. I'll take that, I'll edit the rules. I'll go to that new rule that I just created, and I'll change the line type from the whatever it was. And instead of making it a dash, I'll make it dotted here. So this dotted one is very, discrete, sort of few and far between the dots. And I'll say okay here. And now I can't even see that if I select it. And when I'm highlighting it, you can just barely see the dots, right? But they really disappear. So it's not an elegant solution in the sense that I wish I could just say, you know what, for this view, don't show the slabs up above, but there's no other setting that I know of that will turn off the slabs in this view and not in the other view. This obviously hides it, it's still there. So that is my solution for Josh Ferran, and I will tell him that I answered his question at this, 3 hours into the session. All right. Okay, so Lawrence said that you can do double line by hitting the enter. Okay, so let's just see. Let's go back to this one here. So let me just select the text here and go into this one. I want to select just the text there. And if I hit enter, look at that, it did go below the line. Now, if you probably can't see it very clearly here, but there's a paragraph symbol, that sort of reverse P symbol. And that's what shows up in the custom text dialog here to indicate that. If I were to hit enter again, I can space these. So they are multiple blank lines. And so there you go. You can get stuff that essentially it's one text block with some of it, the measured value, or let's say this, if I take this, this text that was the manually put in, and I can say put in the measured value. Now, interesting, it sort of lost track of the that paragraph symbol when I did that. Let me just do it here. Okay, so seems to be working. And if we were to stretch this here, yeah, so it does move all together. All right, good, Lawrence, interesting. All right, so we have question from Swar. So Swar, are you still on the line here? Okay, Swar, you are typing in, so you just sent the file there. So let me open up your line, see if we can get your microphone open. Okay, Swar, your line is open, just click on the mic. And you said you sent it with this here. Looking to see. Here. Swar, okay. Now, Swar, are you still there to open up your line? I saw you typing something, but I'm not hearing you. Okay, I can see you click to open up your microphone. You might have to switch your audio input setting. if for some reason the audio is set to be, headphones or something that you don't have plugged in. So you are still here, I can see, but I'm not hearing you. See if you can get your audio set up. All right, here's an old house that we're working on to rebuild it again. I have some issues in drawing it. I have difficulty in drawing the staircase in a proper way. The one next to the entrance area, the door is going out of the wall to the niche in 3D and in plan. Okay, so ArchiCAD 24. All right, so let me just download this. I thought I heard something for a moment, but it might have been.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can. There you go.
Okay, good, right.
Awesome. All right, so I've just shared this. This is in 24, and where are you located?
Sorry.
Where are you located?
You mean, what do
Yeah,
you mean?
what country? What country in the world?
Oh, yes, sorry. I'm from the Middle East, from Iraq, Baghdad.
Baghdad. Okay, great. So let's see. I'm going to save this back. Options. Solo part. Actually, interesting. PLA. Save as. I wanted to save it backward as. Oh, here it is. Okay, ArchiCAD 23 project because he was in 23. So I think this should probably still work. Hopefully it does. After coaching there. So we'll see. Just want to save that, and hopefully that will work. But you're in 24, so I'm gonna, as soon as it saves, I will open up your file, and we'll take a look at the stair and the problem with the, was it a door that was sitting outside the wall?
Yes.
So downloaded that heritage house here.
Well, it's an old house. It was demolished many years ago. But this house, they have found the foundations now. It goes back to 150 years ago. Anyway, we want to rebuild it again. So we are trying from the foundation to find out what we can do to draw it up. I just started with drawing it. It's just walls without materials for now. Anyway, I have a problem with the, as I told you, the staircase at the area of the entrance. I don't know how to draw it. I did it with some kind of cheating, actually. The first 5
All right, well, let's take a look in 3D first of all and see
Okay.
you can understand this. All right, so you have a stair going.
Not that one, the other one. At the it's down there. If you make a marquee at the plan and show it.
All right, so this is the entrance. This is the entrance, and the stair is sort of behind there.
Exactly.
Okay, so we'll do a marquee on the plan. Like that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so it's going up. It's going up here, and
yes, that turning. I couldn't do it with the staircase. So, as I told you, I made some cheating by using a slab tool to make the 5 first steps that turns 90 degrees. And after that, I started with the stair tool.
Okay. Let me just say filter and cut elements, and we'll say that turn off the upper story. Interesting. Okay, so now I'm temporarily focused on that. Okay, so now I understand at least what you're trying to accomplish there. And so you said you did this out of slabs here, and you're trying to do it with the what do you call it, with this stair tool, and you ran into problems. So do you have any stair in the project that okay, so let me just sketch something out off to the side, just as a quick test here. So if I measure from one side to the other, so at distance is 0.95 meters, so a little over 3 feet. And if I measure from this part here, 0.90. So it looks like these are more consistent, 0.90, and this gets sort of wedge shaped. So I'm going to do the 90, and then we'll adjust this to be wider. So I'll say that I'd like to go, and by the way, this comes up to the next story, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So first thing is, okay, we have 0.90, which is what you've got. And did you already count the number of treads here?
Well, as I was told, the risers at that time, the trade is 30 centimeters, but the risers are too high 150 years ago. It was about 35 centimeters to 40 centimeters high.
Okay, so what we have to do is turn off the rules that say, that restrict the stair construction to current code. So that way we are more flexible and we can actually pick any number of risers in there. So we can go, you know, you said at 0.35 or something like that, it says, all right, 11 risers. So by turning off the rules, you can now have freedom to, you know, do the geometry without restriction. Now, how many it says? It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to assume there's one here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 steps, and then this would be up to the landing or the next floor.
Yes, it's supposed to be 11.
Yeah, okay. So this is 11. Now, we're starting with a riser rather than a tread. Yeah, that would make sense that we're basically, you know, the first, it will start with this line, and then there'll be a step after the riser. And at the end, do we want it to end with a tread or with a riser? I would say end with a riser here, so that this step has a riser, and then this is the slab that, you know, the second floor slab or the upper story slab. So this was an important thing to say, hey, I don't want to restrict the riser height, you know, from, you know, current code, because this was built with different standards. Now, having done just that, I'll also go and say that when we turn a corner here, when we have a winder here, that I'd like to, there's a minimum number of winders. We'll say it's a single point. Yeah, that's what this looks like. It's a single point. And minimum number of winders, total number, single point here, 2 points. Minimum number, we can say fixed number of winders here. And it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's just see, what if we did 2, 2? That's 5. So we might have to do 2 and 1. I'm not quite sure how this will work here. This one is, I'm not sure the difference between, this is a single point on the stair as opposed to a curved one. This is a straight one here. All right, so we'll pick pick this here. Now, okay, so I've just made a couple of changes to the geometry, and let's just say that I'm going to draw a stair here. Now, how many stairs will I do? So there's one riser there. I'm just going to do one riser. Then I'm going to do the, then I'll say it's going to be a turn here. And how far will this be? Actually, so it's going to be a turn. Actually, was it this? This is winder with equal goings or winder with equal angles. It's equal angles is what we want. And then we can say they're going to be just interesting. So the distance. So what do we have? What are the distance? This distance here is 0.3. So if we did 0.6, 0.6, and
9.
what was it?
0.9.
Oh, actually, okay, it would have to be 0.9. I'm going to hit the delete key, so I do this again. So it has to be the 0.9, and this is also going to be, we'll just do as 0.9. And now I'll switch it to just doing a straight run here. And we can say snap it to there. All right, now it's clearly it's not turning the corner in the way that I wanted, but it is doing one step. It's doing a winding thing here, and then it's turning the corner. So if we were to look at this in 3D, let's go to 3D and take a look at what it's doing. So while it's not quite, it's only giving these two, in here. It is, what do you call it? Doing, it's starting the whole process. Now, there may be some limitations based on, it trying to do a sort of a precast stair thing here. So I'm going to change this and say that for now, I'll say that there is no structure, and all we have are the treads. Let's say just the treads for now, and just see what that does. Sometimes that just allows us the flexibility to work on the geometry better. Now, if I go to the corner here, there's an option for setting what this turning type is. And you can see that it's optimum going width, and I'm going to say fixed number of goings here. And let's just see if I say 3 or 4, actually it should be 4, right? There. Okay, so now we can see that it's now got 4 there. So let's go back to the floor plan. And you see now it's looking much more like what it should be. We have the 4 things. So basically, this corner, I specified that I wanted to control this as how many steps going around there, and it gave me that control. Now, if we go in here and say let's do have tread and riser, then it'll be a little bit easier to understand visually when we go to 3D. So it's starting to work there. So let's just see what happens if we put that into your context. So if I drop this in here and we rotate this around to there, I don't know if I did it perfectly. Yeah, it looks like I did it pretty close. Now, the angle here has to change.
Yeah.
So if I go take this point to that and adjust this point here, You can see it's starting to at least match that angle there, but it did break the situation there. So let me just go back a couple of steps. What I'm going to do instead of adjusting this line here, I'm going to change the outline. Now, if I select the stair as a whole, we have the blue line and we have the green line. I'm just going to demonstrate that if I go to the, if I go and select this line here, you notice that we have two green lines now selected as opposed to the blue line. We can change this. I'll just demonstrate this arbitrarily. I'm going to go to pull this in. Actually, let's pull it out. No, okay, I think because of the turning corner, it has an issue. I think I can change the boundary of this. I can pull this out to here. Now, what I just did was I said, you know what, we'll leave the reference line alone. In fact, when I select the stair now, you'll see the blue line is still in this perpendicular, but I've extended the steps. Essentially, I'm filling out, you know, this non-perpendicular space. So let's go look in 3D now do marquee just of this area. So you can see the new stair is fitting in there. Now, I'm not quite sure where your stair is. I guess this is, so you had some slabs. So if I do select all slabs, oh, I guess we have your slabs fitting underneath here. And because the other slabs were associated with the upper story, we're not seeing them. So I'm gonna have to just go and probably turn on the all the stories again. And now if we select all slabs, well, we can see it's coming up right. Anyway, it looks pretty good to me. What do you think?
Yes, it's great. Actually, the stair tool got a lot of details that makes it complicated. So this is good, very good. Thank you.
All right. So the key things, just as a recap, when I went into the stair tool, so first thing was to determine it's going from this story to the next story. Okay, that's usually very common, but not always. Setting the width of the stair, the main body of the stair. So in this case, based on here, any exceptions like making it wider here are done after the fact. So we have a base geometry. Then in order to be able to sort of freely pick this and have it go up beyond a standard rising, I had to uncheck the rules that basically were restricting it. Otherwise, it you know, would prevent me from doing that. I didn't actually pay attention to these other things, but you had already set the going distance, the step, to the 0.3 meters, this was set by just how many risers. I also had to pick just where is it start and finish. This is the most common start and end with risers, where we actually see a tread and the last tread, and then it's joining the slabs, the floors on beginning and end. That's most common. Now, once we've done that, I did actually go in and select that when we turn a corner, it's going to be a specific type. Now that was the default and it didn't actually work out the way I wanted. So it was something that I had to manually adjust after. But this is definitely something that, you know, was the determining factor to make this work here. Now, when I placed it, a subtle thing that you may not have noticed, now I did it off to the side just in without trying to fit it into this context, because this is not square and it would actually have problems meeting at that corner. But what I did was I clicked here and created one step. Then I said, hey, I'm creating a turning, and I clicked, to determine that these two were turning. And then I said, let me switch this to just a standard flight. So what that means is that when you're doing the stair, there's this option here of, am I creating a flight, or am I creating a landing, or am I creating one or version of the winders? And while you can use the automatic thing, literally just say, hey, I'm going up a certain number and I'm turning the corner, and depending upon the setting of the stair, it's going to create a winder there, but we don't have as much controls as this. So this is an interesting one. This will make a nice square thing there. And then after I create the square, I could go and say, this is actually a different type of a turn. It's going to be, I think it's one with winder with equal angles. And we'll say it's going to be a fixed number here. And we'll say 4 of these. You can see that actually was even a little bit quicker. But sometimes we it's helpful to define it piece by piece. Now in this case, of course, we have 2 steps plus that. So if I did it this way, I'd want to just say readjust the stair, and this says either take more steps or fewer steps, and we end up now with something that actually is similar. The visual thing where we have the what do you call it? The break line doesn't look very good there. So what we'd want to do is just say that the floor plan display for the break mark is going to be set. The break mark is going to be not at the cut plane height for windows and doors, which would be 1.1 meters, but I want it to be up maybe at a certain riser. So we'll just take it up at, like the 8th riser. We'll see what that does. Mm-hmm. And now you can see that it's all solid in through here, and it's setting a break line up at this 8th riser. So that's a variation there, and number of goings, if I say 0 there, or 1, interesting. So that's actually angle. So we could do angle to vertical. So let's say 75, something like that. So that would be another variation where you can see it's cutting sort of at an arbitrary angle. You can make it there, and then you can even make it thinner, like this is a little wide, this gap. I might make this gap here a little smaller, and you can see what it's doing.
Very good.
And the final thing that I did that was a little subtle was that instead of trying to adjust this blue line out, which would change the way it was turning, I left it sort of as an, very pure, perpendicular, but then I selected the green on the other side, and then I could go and adjust this. And you see how that's adjusting the extent of it, mm-hmm. while it kept the blue line, the geometry, mm-hmm. consistent. So those are a few of the subtle things that I did in order to create this here. So you mentioned one other thing, which had to do with what was it, a door or window?
Yes, at the entrance door, the gate, you can say.
Let me just see here. So you said the frame of the door is going out of the wall to the niche in 3D and in the plan. Okay.
There's a niche on the face of the entrance, you see it in 3D. But when I put the door, it takes the whole thickness of the wall.
Okay, so it's this door, is that right?
Sorry?
Is it this door that we're talking about?
Yes, this door, yes.
Okay, all right. So let me just draw. Let me just do a marquee here.
Okay. The other side. Where's the door? There is no door here. There's supposed to be a door. I don't know.
So the door is supposed to be in this opening here, and where is it?
There was, I don't know if it's supposed to be here when I send it to you. Anyway, can you put a door there, or maybe if you?
Well, what is this? Okay, so I'm not seeing. Trying to select. Oh, this is a trace. Let me turn off the trace and reference. Okay, so
For some reason, the door has changed to an opening rather than being a door. I don't know why.
All right, so so right now this opening here says entrance niche, and it is it's missing. It was a window here. So if I do a search for niche here, so here is the one that you had that is not in my library, but here's W niche 24, and
no, it's the first one.
That's the one you had, but I don't have it. You didn't send it to me, and in my library it doesn't have that name. Okay, so I'm gonna just do a little test here. If I hold down the syringe key and click on this, it will keep the same dimensions, and you can see now it is a niche recess. Let's just take a look at this in 3D and see, did that do anything useful? So we can see that it's got this niche here, as opposed to when your previous, before I made the change, we had this.
Yes, that's the niche that I have done, that arc. It goes deep into the wall for 30 centimeters.
All right, well, it is still working, but you said that there was supposed to be a door in this area here?
Yes, and the frame of the door came out to the niche. It didn't stick to the thickness of the wall only. It came out from the wall to the niche.
Okay, all right, so I just did a select all doors, and I can see that there is a door here that is not showing up. So if I select this door, arch double door with transom 24 here, and this must be one that is also missing. In other words, it's not in my library. So if you were to send me the PLA file,
you could use any kind of door you have it there. It doesn't matter. Any kind of door you have it.
All right. So let's. So this is arch double door. Let me just do a search for arch. So in the standard library that I have, so arch top door opening, okay, but I'm trying to see, let's just see arch double. So D2 segmented, arch double door. Here's one. Okay, so here's actually, this is probably what you have. It's from, I could download it in here. So this is maintained by Graphisoft, and it looks like it's, it'll come down. Well, we'll see how long it takes to come down. It seems like it'll take a couple of minutes, but we might be able to put that in. So you said that the door was not fitting into the wall properly, that it was extending out past the inset wall.
Well, the behavior of the wall was like taking the whole thickness of the door behaving was taking all the thickness of the wall without taking in consider that there is a niche that should go back to the wall, leaving the niche. It came into the niche. Yes, the frame of the.
Let's just see how close this is to what you had.
You can see the same problem in the plan.
Okay. I'm just going to say okay. All right. So we have.
There is it.
So is that the way you had it? That's incorrect.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So so the issue is that it's being put into a wall that's this thick wall, and you really want it to be put into a thinner wall that is what do you call it? Is what's left over after the it's carved out, because it's not paying attention to that. Now it's possible that the door has a control for how deep it is. So if we look in here to frame here, this distance 0.12 is the frame thickness. So let me just take this a little smaller, 0.10, and let's just see what that does. So I'm just changing that one number, and we'll see if this changes at all. No, did not change anything visually there. Now there's different frame styles. Let's just change this and see if that gives us any controls. I didn't see any change at all. And frame thickness equals wall thickness. Okay, so now if I were to go and let's say how deep is this wall? So
the whole wall is 90 centimeters, and we took 30 centimeters for the niche, so the remaining is 60 centimeters.
Okay, so this niche now is no longer showing properly there. I'm going to just eyedrop this and pop it in a copy of it over here. And so this, I don't know what happened to this niche because it was, well, that's a simple door opening. That's not what I want. So the window, I select all windows. Okay, so there's a window entrance niche. Let me just eyedrop that. So actually, it looks like the window, the depth of it is at least on plan is getting confused. So reveal to wall core, reveal to wall face. Just trying to see. No, okay, let me. So this, this is the entrance niche, which we do not. Well, I don't have the issue is that it's not. I don't know why we're not seeing any controls. We don't have any controls for that. So, but it does seem to be somewhat functional in 3D because we are seeing that state. But if we were to put it simply, if I eyedrop this wall and I say this wall is currently generic, it is 0.9, and you said what should it be, 0.6?
0.6. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I say 0.6. I'm just going to draw a wall here. You can take this door and pop it in here, and let's just look at this. So we can see that the door is happy to be as thick as the wall. It's just it thinks this wall is thicker than what you are thinking of it. So you basically have to put in a piece of wall like this into the other one. So if I take, so I'm just going to do something sort of arbitrary. I'll get rid of this door here, and I'll pop this, drag this over to here, rotate it so that it's, leave that point constant, take this around to this angle and shorten the wall there. All right, now we may not see the door properly, but you can see how the door is now fitting in here. And let's see if I go to 3D. You can see that the door frame is now, what do you call it, the correct depth. But the problem is that this wall is showing it's too, there's not a hole there. Now, if we take this, cavity, the entrance niche, can we make it the depth reveal to wall core? I'm not quite sure since it's so what I think we need to do is just instead of using the entrance niche, let's can we go in and so this is an arch. So I'm not sure that this is the right shape, the Gothic arch, but if I just say it's a Gothic arch here, and we'll just take this. So I'm not sure how. Oh, can I stretch this here? Okay, so it's not the right shape for your arch, but the door is now in this wall as opposed to the big wall. And that's what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to cut a hole and then put in another piece of wall that has the right depth.
So you mean we make an opening to the whole wall there, then we do draw another wall, the right thickness with 60 centimeters, and we put the door there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's easy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this to be a little narrower, but it seems to be so now it's getting close. Obviously, the shape of the arch isn't quite right, but it is. We're now getting the door in the right thing. And on the plan, look at that. Oh well, I don't know what the heck is this this showing through there. Must be some other element that's below that. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's the oh, you know what? It's this arch. This arch for some reason is got some type of well, it's in my library and it's using the floor plan. It's using some plan symbol here. So we, in other words, I just need to say that it's not going to have any fill there, and change the color. Fill background. We'll just make it transparent. There we go. All right, well, something like that. Okay, so I think that probably handles your two questions as best I can.
Yes, that was easy. As usual, you make things very easy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to save this and send it back to you so you can potentially reference it. So Heritage House after coaching. And then I will send that to you. So let's see if there's any last comments. So Doug Muir said, insert a new wall in the open arch, then add door. That's exactly what I ended up doing. And make the niche an arch. So that's what I was wanting to do. It just didn't have the right version of the niche thing. So, but the idea is that you would put the door into a separate wall, and you would basically, have the arch be on the main wall there. Okay, so thank you, Doug. Thank you, Swar. Thank you all for joining. We have 43 of you who are still on the call at 4 hours later. So hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a few things. Please give me some feedback. Send me an email. Just always love to hear from you and to know whether there are any other questions I can help you with. Take care. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Swar.
Thank you, Eric. Bye.
Bye-bye.